When Dinosaurs Met Ants Author, Liu Cixin Synopsis.
Had things developed normally, dinosaur society and ant society probably could not have evolved much further. The new flames of intelligence in these two species would have faded in time, like countless species before and after them. Two brief fireflies in the long night of Earth's history. Prologue.
If the whole history of Earth were compressed into one day, 1 hour would equal 200 million years, 1 minute 3.3 million years, and 1 second 55,000 years.
Life appeared at about 8 or 9 in the morning of that day, while human civilization appeared only in the last tenth of the final second. From the first debate before a Greek temple, from the slaves setting the first stone of the pyramids, from Confucius accepting his first pupil by candlelight in a thatched hut, to the moment you open this book, only 1/10 of a tick has passed.
At about 23:40 on that Earth Day, roughly 20 minutes before our own moment, two sparks of intelligence once appeared on Earth. Those 20 minutes were not short. They equaled more than 60 million years. It was an age so remote that you can scarcely imagine it. Human ancestors would not appear for tens of millions of years. There were no humans then, and even the continents had very different shapes. In geology, that age is called the Late Cretaceous.
At that time, Earth was home to enormous animals called dinosaurs.
They mainly lived on 2 continents, one called Gondwana and the other Laurasia. Dinosaurs came in many kinds, most of them huge. The heaviest weighed 80 tons and were over 30 meters long. They had lived on Earth for 70 million years. Compared with the few 100,000 years humans have existed, 70 million years is a very long time. If raindrops kept falling on one place for that long, they might pierce the planet. If a breeze kept blowing against one mountain, it might flatten it. If a species kept evolving for that long, even the dullest would become clever. In the end, the dinosaurs did.
They pulled up great trees, stripped off the branches, and left only trunks. Then they tied a boulder to the top with vines. A round or square stone made a giant hammer. A flat stone made a giant shovel. A pointed stone made a great spear. When making spears, they left some branches and leaves at the top as stabilizing fins. A spear like that could be more than 10 meters tall, and in flight, it looked like a dumb missile.
Dinosaurs formed primitive tribes and lived in huge caves they dug themselves. They learned to use fire, preserving flame from lightning to light their caves and roast food. Imagine it. A single candle might be a whole pine tree several arm spans thick. They even wrote on cave walls with charred trunks. The marks were only simple lines, recording how many eggs were laid yesterday and how many hatchlings emerged today. More importantly, dinosaurs already had a simple language. To our ears, their conversations would sound like several locomotives whistling at once.
At the same time, another species on Earth also showed the first signs of intelligence. They were ants.
Like the dinosaurs, the ants had undergone a long evolution. On every continent, ants built cities, some forests of ant towers, others intricate underground labyrinths. Ant society was far larger than dinosaur society, with many kingdoms made up of hundreds of millions of ants. These huge societies had complex and strict structures, operating with machine-like precision. Ants communicated through chemical scents. Those extremely fine scent molecules could carry complex information, giving ants a language more complex than that of the dinosaurs.
But
Both creatures had fatal flaws.
The dinosaurs' greatest flaw was the lack of nimble hands. Their claws were thick and clumsy. They were powerful in battle and could make crude tools, but they could not perform precise operations, could not make complex tools, and could not write in any refined way.
Ants were the opposite. They could perform extremely delicate operations and build complex structures above and below ground, but they lacked rich thought. When ants gathered in sufficient numbers, a group intelligence emerged, precise and rigid, very much like a computer program. The whole ant society was like an exact machine, each ant only a tiny, insignificant part. Once separated from the machine, that part's thought became poor and mechanical.
Had things developed normally, dinosaur society and ant society probably could not have evolved much further. The new flames of intelligence in these two species would have faded in time, like countless species before and after them, two brief fireflies in the long night of Earth's history.
But just then, something happened. Chapter 1. First encounter. It was an ordinary day in the late Cretaceous. No one could ever know exactly which day it was, but it truly was ordinary, and Earth passed it in peace.
On every continent that day, all living things hurried about for survival. In that ignorant world, they did not know where they came from, and did not care where they were going. When the Cretaceous sun climbed into the sky, when the shadows of cycads shrank to their shortest, they cared only where they would find lunch.
In central Gondwana, a tyrannosaur found its lunch in a tall cycad forest, a plump lizard it had just caught. With two huge claws, it tore the writhing lizard in half, tossed the tail end into its enormous mouth, and chewed with relish. At that moment, it was very satisfied with the world and with its life.
About 1 meter from the tyrannosaur's left foot lay an ant town. Most of it was underground, and more than 1,000 ants lived there.
The tyrannosaur's hunt in the clearing caused a violent earthquake in the town. Luckily, most of the town was underground and was not crushed by the dinosaur's foot. The residents rushed to the surface and looked up. To the ants, the tyrannosaur filled half the sky, like a peak rising straight into the clouds. They stood in its shadow as if the day had suddenly darkened.
High above, they watched half the lizard move from one giant claw into the dinosaur's huge mouth. They heard its chewing like thunder from the sky. At such times, that thunder was usually accompanied by a rain of bone chips and meat scraps, the crumbs that fell when a dinosaur ate. Even a little of that would have settled lunch for the whole ant town. But this tyrannosaur's mouth was tight, and nothing fell. Soon it threw in the other half of the lizard, and thunder rolled again, but still no rain of bone or meat came down.
After eating, the tyrannosaur stepped back twice, lay contentedly in the shade, and took a nap. The ants watched the peak in the sky slowly fall and become a tall ridge in the distance. The ground shook violently once, and dazzling sunlight returned. The ants shook their heads and sighed. The dry season had been long. Life was getting harder. They had gone hungry for 2 days.
Just as the dejected ants were heading back toward the town entrance, another earthquake came. They turned and saw the tyrannosaur rolling on the ground, thrusting one huge claw into its mouth and picking hard between its giant teeth. The ants understood why it could not sleep. Meat was stuck between its teeth, and it was miserable.
The mayor of the ant town suddenly had an idea. It climbed up a blade of grass and released a stream of scent language to the ants below. Wherever the scent reached, the ants understood, and they spread the message farther with scents of their own. Antennae waved through the colony in a wave of excitement. Then, led by the mayor, The ants marched toward the tyrannosaur, forming several little black streams on the ground.
To the ants, that mountain ridge had seemed impossibly far away, a distance that could kill a horse chasing a mountain. But just then, the irritated tyrannosaur rolled again, turning toward the ants and greatly shortening the distance. One giant claw fell from the sky, landing not far in front of the mayor with an earth-shattering crash. The whole ant column was thrown high from the ground, and dust raised by the claw rose before them like the mushroom cloud of an atomic bomb.
Before the dust had settled, the ants followed the mayor onto the tyrannosaur's giant claw. Its palm was vertical to the ground, and to the ants it was a rugged cliff. The ground, they clung tight to it so they would not be flung away.
The tyrannosaur's huge head filled half the sky. Its slow breathing was like a wind sweeping the heavens, and its giant eyes looked down from above, chilling the ants to the bone. The tyrannosaur saw the ants on its forearm.
It raised its other arm to sweep them off. Its huge palm blocked the noon sun like a dark cloud, and the ant's place on the forearm plane went dark at once. The ants looked up in terror at the giant palm and waved their antennae wildly. The mayor raised a foreleg and pointed at the dinosaur's mouth, and the others imitated it, all pointing at the mouth.
The tyrannosaur froze for several seconds and finally understood. It thought for a moment and lowered the raised claw. Forearm plane was instantly bright again. The tyrannosaur opened its mouth and placed one finger against its giant teeth, forming a bridge between the forearm plane
and the teeth. The ants hesitated. Then the mayor walked toward the finger first, and the colony followed. Soon a group of ants reached the fingertip. They stood on that smooth conical point and looked into the dinosaur's mouth in awe.
It was like a world in the dark night before a thunderstorm. A wet, bloody wind blew into their faces, and from the endless blackness came a rumble of thunder. When their eyes adjusted to the dark, they dimly saw an even blacker region far inside, its boundary constantly changing shape. Only after a long while did they realize it was the dinosaur's throat, and the thunder came from there.
Terrified, the ants looked away and climbed from the fingertip onto the giant teeth, then down the smooth white cliffs of enamel. In the broad gaps between teeth, they began using their strong jaws to tear at the pink lizard meat caught there. From time to time, while chewing, an ant looked up and saw two enormous teeth stabbing skyward on either side, and above them another row of upper teeth glittering in the slanting sunlight, as if ready to crash down at any moment.
By then the tyrannosaur had placed its finger on the upper teeth, and more ants kept climbing up, entering the tooth gaps to eat. In more than a dozen gaps, over 1,000 ants busied themselves. Soon the scraps between the teeth had been picked clean.
The discomfort between the tyrannosaur's teeth vanished. Dinosaurs had not yet evolved enough to say thank you, so it merely exhaled in pleasure. To the ants, that breath was a sudden hurricane sweeping between two rows of giant teeth and blowing them all out. The colony drifted down through the air like black dust. Because their bodies were so light, they landed unharmed just over a meter from the tyrannosaur's head.
After their feast, the satisfied ants walked back toward the town entrance, while the tyrannosaur, freed from the irritation in its teeth, rolled back into the cool shade and slept comfortably. That was the event.
Earth turned quietly. The sun slid west without a sound. Cycad shadows lengthened silently. Butterflies and tiny insects drifted through the woods. Far away, waves of the ancient ocean struck the coast of Gondwana.
No one knew that in this peaceful moment, the history of Earth had been bent in another direction. Chapter 2, Ant Doctors 2 days later,
At another hot noon, the residents of that ant town again felt tremors from the ground. They came to the surface and saw the towering figure of the tyrannosaur.
Look, it is the one from 2 days ago. The ant mayor recognized it at once.
The tyrannosaur crouched and searched the ground until it found the colony. It raised a claw and pointed at the 2 rows of huge teeth in its open mouth. The ants understood immediately, and more than 1,000 of them waved their antennae with excitement. The tyrannosaur laid one claw flat on the ground for the ants to climb aboard. The scene from 2 days before repeated itself. The ants ate the scraps from its teeth, feasted again, and the dinosaur's small misery disappeared.
After that, the tyrannosaur came to the town every few days to have its teeth picked. When it was still 1,000 meters away, the ants could feel its footfalls and distinguish them from those of other dinosaurs. They could judge its direction by those steps. If it was coming toward the town, the ants excitedly came to the surface, knowing that food for the day was assured.
The cooperation between the huge creature and the tiny ones gradually became smoother and more practiced.
One day, the town's ants again heard footfalls through the soil. This time, the familiar steps were mixed with unfamiliar vibrations. When the ants poured onto the surface, they saw their partner had brought 3 other tyrannosaurs and a tyrannosaur-like predator. All pointed at their teeth, asking the ants for help.
The mayor realized its own town was not enough, so it sent several winged ants to contact nearby ant towns. Soon, ants from other towns arrived to help. More than 6,000 ants gathered, and the meat in the dinosaurs' teeth gave them a fine meal.
From then on, dinosaurs kept visiting the town. They trampled the surrounding cycads flat, enlarging the clearing and solving the food problem for more than a dozen nearby ant towns.
That afternoon, 9 dinosaurs came to have their teeth picked. One predator still seemed agitated after the scraps between its teeth were gone. It held its forearm high, not letting the ants who had finished work leave, while pointing again and again at its teeth with its other claw.
Is there something else? There is no meat left on the teeth.
The ant mayor was puzzled. It waved its antennae and led dozens of ants back into the dinosaur's mouth, carefully searching the row of giant teeth. Soon they found several holes in the smooth tooth walls, each wide enough for 2 or 3 ants side by side.
The mayor entered one hole first, and several ants followed. They examined the tunnel walls. Dinosaur tooth was very hard, and anything that could drill such tunnels in such material was clearly a tunneling master, just like ants.
The ants felt their way forward. Suddenly, from a side tunnel, a black insect twice the size of an ant rushed out. It had sharp jaws, and with one snap, it bit off the mayor's head. At the same time, more black insects burst out from nowhere, cut the ant line into sections, and attacked fiercely.
Caught off guard, more than half the ants were killed in moments. The rest fought to break out. Though they escaped the black insect's encirclement, they became lost in the maze of tunnels. Only 5 ants made it out, one carrying the mayor's head.
An ant head can remain alive and aware for quite a while after separation from the body. When the 5 ants brought it out of the dinosaur's mouth, before life left it, the head explained the situation inside the dinosaur's tooth to the more than 1,000 ants still on the forearm, and issued orders.
Soon, a small army of 200 soldier ants entered the dinosaur's mouth. They first swept the tooth the mayor had entered. Those soldier ants were fierce fighters. The black insects were much larger, and by relying on their knowledge of the tunnels, they blocked the attack, killed more than a dozen soldier ants, and finally forced the rest back outside. Just as the ant army was at a loss,
Reinforcements arrived from another town. These were another kind of soldier ant, smaller in body, but able to launch a powerful formic acid attack. They rushed into the tunnels, quickly turned their tails toward the enemy, and sprayed dense droplets of acid. Black insects hit by the acid smoked all over and were burned instantly into charred lumps.
Another reinforcement force also arrived. Again, small soldier ants. Their jaws carried deadly poison. A black insect needed only one small bite to twitch twice and die.
The battle opened in full. Inside the predator's great mouth, the ant army swept black insects from tooth to tooth. Green smoke of formic acid rose from every hole in the tooth surfaces. A line of worker ants continually carried black insect bodies out of the mouth and placed them on a leaf in the dinosaur's huge palm. Soon the leaf was piled with dead black insects, some still smoking from acid burns.
Several other dinosaurs surrounded the predator and watched everything in amazement.
Half an hour later, the battle ended. The black insects in the predator's teeth had been eliminated. Its mouth was filled with the strange smell of formic acid, but the tooth disease that had tormented it for most of its life was gone. It roared with excitement, telling every dinosaur present of the miracle.
The news quickly spread through the forest, and the number of dinosaurs seeking ants surged. Some still came to have teeth picked, but most came for dental treatment, because cavities were common among both carnivorous and herbivorous dinosaurs. At the busiest times, hundreds of dinosaurs gathered there, and the number of ants arriving to serve them also rose sharply.
Unlike dinosaurs, ants generally did not leave after arriving. A great city of more than 1 million ants gradually formed there. Named Tooth City, it became Earth's first meeting place of ants and dinosaurs. Each day, huge dinosaurs passed across ground, crossed by streams of ants, a scene of thriving life.
The dry season ended, and ants could find food more easily. Meat scraps between dinosaur teeth became less attractive. To keep the ants picking teeth and treating dental illness, dinosaurs paid for medical services with fresh bones and meat. Thus, the ants of Tooth City no longer needed to forage and gradually became professional dentists.
In battles against tooth-boring insects, ants often followed cavities to the roots of dinosaur teeth. At the junction of tooth and gum, they saw thick, translucent tubes. When those tubes were touched during fighting, violent earthquakes shook the dinosaur's mouth. The ants gradually understood that stimulating these tubes caused the dinosaur pain. Later, they called them nerves.
Long before, ants had known that eating the root of a certain two-leafed plant made their limbs numb and put them into a deep sleep, sometimes for days. During that time, even if one of their legs was pulled off, they felt no pain. So they smeared the juice of that plant on the nerves at dinosaur tooth roots. When those nerves were touched again, no earthquake occurred. Diseased dinosaur gums were often ulcerated, and ants already knew the juice of another plant promoted wound healing, so they smeared it on the rotten gum tissue, and those places healed quickly.
With these two treasures, ants could not only cure cavities, but also treat other dental diseases not caused by tooth insects, such as inflammatory toothache and periodontal disease.
Ants are natural explorers. Not because they are curious, ants are not curious animals, but because they instinctively search for and expand living space. As they killed insects on the 2 rows of giant dinosaur teeth and poured medicinal juices, they often glanced into the dark, wet world deeper in the mouth, and it stirred their desire to explore.
The great age of exploration inside dinosaur bodies was begun by an ant named Taba. After careful preparation, during one cavity treatment, Taba led a small expedition of 10 soldier ants and 10 worker ants toward the depths of a tyrannosaur's huge mouth.
An extremely humid air,
The expedition went from the tip of the tongue to its root and cautiously entered the airway. But one light cough from the dinosaur blasted the explorers out of its mouth and ended the ants' first expedition completely.
Taba lost one middle leg in that failed journey, but it was not discouraged and soon organized a second expedition.
This time, the expedition did not take the windpipe, but the esophagus. Along with a mouthful of water swallowed by the dinosaur, they were washed down the esophagus and into the stomach. There Taba and 4 other ants saw a sea of digestion and recognized many things not yet fully digested, mostly unchewed animal remains and bones, plus some wild fruit pits. Taba also saw the stomach wall secreting a transparent mucus everywhere. Later they learned this was digestive gastric juice. The 4 ants with Taba were already covered in it, and their whole bodies stung.
The pain quickly intensified and became a burning sensation, something they had previously felt only when hit by formic acid.
"We are being dissolved!"
one ant shouted. Taba was surprised that in this murky air full of strong, strange smells, it could still distinguish the scent language of its own kind.
The ant was right. They were being digested by the dinosaur's gastric juice. The first parts to dissolve were the fine antennae. Taba saw that both of its antennae had been corroded down to half their length.
"We have to get out, fast!"
Taba said.
"How could we? It is a long way and we have no strength left."
One ant said.
"We cannot crawl. Our feet have already been digested."
Another ant said. Only then did Taba notice that all 6 of its own feet had been eaten ragged by the gastric juice. And the other 4 ants were the same.
Ah, if only another flood would wash us out. One ant said with wild hope. Its words reminded Taba of something. It stared at that ant and recognized it as a soldier ant with poison in its jaws.
"Idiot! You can make that flood yourself!"
Taba shouted at the soldier ant. The soldier ant looked at the expedition leader in confusion. "Bite it. Make it sick."
The soldier ant understood and immediately began biting wildly at the stomach wall. Soon it had bitten through several cilia and scratched the wall many times. The stomach wall shook violently, then began to writhe and change shape. The dinosaur was about to vomit. As the stomach contracted, the sea of digestion rose rapidly, soon reaching the 5 ants and carrying them away. Wrapped in the rushing digestive sea, they shot through the long esophagus, swept over the tongue, passed between the dinosaur's open giant teeth, and entered the vast outer world, falling hard onto the grass.
The 5 ant explorers struggled out of the heap of vomit and saw an ocean of ants, hundreds of thousands, cheering these great explorers.
The great age of exploration inside dinosaurs had begun. After Taba's pioneering feat, expedition after expedition entered the bodies of many kinds of dinosaurs, exploring the worlds of breathing, blood circulation, nerves, endocrine systems, and even brains. Through countless expeditions over generations, ants came to understand dinosaur anatomy in great detail.
Ants often saw sick dinosaurs, skin and bones, dull-eyed, slow, weak, groaning endlessly in pain. Many would soon die. Ant expeditions entered such sick dinosaurs many times, and by comparing them with healthy dinosaurs, ants could easily locate diseased organs and lesions. They imagined many ways to treat internal dinosaur disease, but none could be put into practice. Such treatment would be a huge project, and in the past, ants had always entered dinosaur bodies without the dinosaurs knowing.
If dinosaurs knew in advance that ants would crawl into their stomachs or heads, most would refuse even for treatment. The epoch-making breakthrough came with a hadrosaur named Lariga.
One day, Lariga walked with difficulty into Tooth City. From its weakness, the ants knew it was ill. As with other dinosaur customers, a group of about 500 ants came forward to serve it.
Lariga opened its mouth and pointed inside with one claw. That gesture was unnecessary. Any dinosaur coming here must be seeking dental care. But the leading ant, Dr. Avi, later known as the father of ant internal medicine, noticed that unlike others, Lariga was not pointing at its big teeth, but deeper toward its throat. Then it pointed to its belly, made a pained face, and pointed to its throat again. The meaning was clear. It wanted ants to go into its belly to diagnose it.
So Dr. Avi led dozens of ants in the first internal examination ever permitted by a dinosaur. The diagnostic team entered Lariga's stomach through the esophagus and soon found a diseased area on the stomach wall. With Avi's current group, treatment on such a scale was impossible, so after coming back out of the mouth, Avi hurried to see the mayor of Tooth City.
Avi explained the situation to the mayor and requested 50,000 additional ants, plus 3 kilograms each of anesthetic and anti-inflammatory medicine. The mayor angrily waved its antenna and said,
"Are you mad, doctor? There are many dinosaur patients today. Pulling away so many ants will delay treatment for 50 or 60 dinosaurs. And that much medicine could last us more than 100 treatments. That sick hadrosaur has no strength to get bones or meat. How will it pay for this super treatment?"
Avi said,
"Look farther ahead, Mayor. If this treatment succeeds, ants will be able to treat more than dinosaur teeth. We will be able to treat almost every disease. Our business with dinosaurs will grow 10-fold, even 100-fold. We will earn countless bones and meat, and your city will grow enormous."
The mayor was persuaded and gave Avi the ants, medicine, and authority it wanted. A great colony of 50,000 ants quickly assembled, and 2 piles of medicine were brought in. The sick hadrosaur lay flat on the ground. The ant army poured through its open mouth, each ant carrying a tiny medicine pack. Hundreds of towering dinosaurs formed a ring around them and watched this great undertaking in stunned silence.
"That idiot actually lets so many little insects crawl into its belly!"
An angry tyrannosaur-like predator said. "So what? We already let them crawl into our mouths, do we not?" A tyrannosaur said dismissively.
"I only let them crawl on my teeth. The belly is different."
The predator answered,
"If it can really cure disease,"
a short stegosaur said, craning its head from behind. "Let them crawl into your belly for a cure. Later they will crawl into our noses, ears, eyes, even brains. Who knows what will happen then?" the predator said, glaring angrily at the stegosaur.
"Who cares? If every illness can be cured, life would be so comfortable."
The tyrannosaur said, rubbing its chin. Yes, how comfortable life would be. Sickness is terrible." The surrounding dinosaurs echoed.
The first step of the surgery was to anesthetize the diseased part of Lariga's stomach. Under Avi's direction, ants began carrying several kilograms of plant-derived anesthetic, originally used for dinosaur dental treatment, into the hadrosaur's stomach. After anesthesia, thousands of worker ants inside Lariga began cutting away diseased tissue. It was a major operation. Excised stomach tissue was carried continuously out of the dinosaur, the carrier ants forming a long, unbroken black line. At the end of that line on the ground, the black rotten stomach tissue piled higher and higher.
After the diseased tissue was removed, the final step was to apply anti-inflammatory medicine to the wound inside the stomach, beginning another great procession into the hadrosaur's body.
The internal surgery lasted 3 hours and was completed before sunset. After all the ants withdrew, Lariga said its stomach no longer hurt. A few days later, it had fully recovered.
The news spread rapidly through the dinosaur world of Gondwana. The number of dinosaurs coming to Tooth City for treatment increased more than tenfold, and even larger numbers of ants came there to make a living.
Ant medical technology advanced by leaps and bounds. They could enter dinosaur bodies to treat diseases of the digestive and respiratory systems. Later, their work expanded to the blood system, nervous system, sight and hearing systems, and even the brain, all of which required more exquisite technique. New medicines were constantly developed, and surgical techniques improved rapidly. Digestive surgery no longer required a long line of ants crawling down the esophagus. They used
ant pill technology. About 1,000 ants held together to form an ant pill 10 to 20 centimeters across. And the dinosaur patient swallowed one or more ant pills with water like medicine tablets.
As the ant metropolis, Tooth City expanded rapidly. Some dinosaurs who came for treatment stayed nearby and formed a dinosaur city. Because they built homes with huge stones, the ants called it Boulder City.
Tooth City and Boulder City later became the capitals of the Gondwana Ant Empire and the Dinosaur Empire.
Among the dinosaurs who left after treatment, some took colonies of ants with them to other dinosaur cities and settlements across Gondwana. When those colonies arrived in faraway places, they taught local ants Tooth City's medical techniques. In this way, cooperation between dinosaurs and ants, the Dino-Ant Alliance, gradually spread across Gondwana.
Chapter 3. Writing Boards. Several years later, something happened in Boulder City, in its writing board workshop. Writing boards were essential in the dinosaur world. They served the same purpose as paper does for us, and were usually made from wooden boards, stone slabs, or animal hides.
The dinosaurs' clumsy claws could not hold fine carving or writing tools, and were not sensitive enough, so they could not write small characters. Their smallest characters were as large as our footballs.
Those writing boards were terribly bulky. A tribe of about 1,000 dinosaurs needed boards made from 20 or 30 huge trees just to record its roster. Brief minutes of a meeting could require more than 100 hides, and carrying them was extremely troublesome.
A dinosaur named Kunda was one of more than 100 scribes in Boulder City. In the dinosaur world, a scribe combined the roles of typist and printer, copying writing boards. Now Kunda and more than 20 other scribes were working before mountains of boards, making a backup copy of Boulder City's resident register. Most of the register was carved on wooden boards, and countless trunks were stacked into hill-sized piles, making their workplace look like a lumberyard.
Kunda held a crude stone knife in its left claw and a heavy stone hammer in its right, copying pictographs from a nearly 10-meter wooden board onto 2 shorter new boards. It had been doing this dull, exhausting work for days, yet the pile of boards assigned to it seemed not to have lowered at all. Kunda dropped the knife and hammer, rubbed its tired eyes, leaned against the pile, sighed, and felt despair at its boring life.
Just then, a group of ants passed across the ground before it, about 1,000 in all, perhaps returning from surgery. Kunda had a sudden idea. It stood up, took out 2 strips of dried fluorescent lizard meat, and waved them toward the ants. The fluorescent lizard glowed at night, and its meat was an ant delicacy. The colony was drawn over. Kunda pointed at the board it was copying, then at the blank board with only 2.5 characters carved, and gestured to the ants. They immediately understood and climbed onto the smooth white surface of the wood, beginning to carve with their jaws.
Kunda lay back proudly on the pile of boards. It knew ants would work much more slowly than it did,
But ants were the most patient and persistent of animals, and they would always finish. Meanwhile, it could enjoy some leisure. Kunda fell asleep and dreamed it was grandly commanding an army of 1,000,000 ants. The colony covered hundreds of blank giant boards in black, and after a while it withdrew. The boards turned white again, each now carved with a neat line of large characters.
It suddenly woke to a tiny pain in its toe. Looking up, it saw several ants chewing its left toe, the ant way of greeting a dinosaur. When the ants on its toes saw it awake, they pointed their antennae toward the writing board, meaning the job was done.
Kunda looked at the sun and saw little time had passed. Then it looked at the board and was furious. The ants had completed the half character it had started at the original size, but the characters they had bitten into the wood were many times smaller, like a little tail after the 3 large characters. This shoddy work had not only failed to complete the task, but also ruined a board. Kunda raised a broom to punish them, but by accident glanced again at the board. A spark flashed in its mind. Though the ant-bitten characters were much smaller, dinosaur eyes could read them perfectly.
Characters on writing boards had always been huge, not because they were easier to read, but because dinosaurs had never had hands dexterous enough to carve or write them smaller.
A brilliant idea struck Kunda. It cut off the small letter section of the board with a stone axe, tucked it under its arm, and hurried joyfully to see the mayor.
Because Kunda was of low status, guards stopped it in front of the city hall, built from enormous stones. Kunda held up the little board section. The tall, mighty dinosaur guards stared at the wood, their gaze changing from surprise to reverence, as if facing a sacred object. Then they turned their eyes to Kunda and looked at it like a saint for a long while before letting it in.
What are you holding, a toothpick?
The mayor asked when it saw Kunda. No, this is a writing board. A writing board. Are you an idiot? It cannot hold even half a character.
But there are already more than 30 characters written on it.
Kunda said, handing over the short piece of wood. The mayor took the board and showed the same reverent look the guards had. Only after a long while did it raise its head toward Kunda. You did not carve this yourself, did you? Of course not. A group of ants carved it.
The little writing board passed among the officials of City Hall, like a piece of ivory micro-carving in our hands. These dinosaurs of Boulder City's ruling class began talking all at once. Amazing. Characters this small, and completely readable.
In fact, since ancestral times, many predecessors tried to write small characters, but all failed. Yes, these little insects are truly capable. We should have thought earlier that beyond medicine, ants could do many more things for us.
If we write in characters this small, how much material for boards would be saved? Exactly, and carrying them would be convenient. Perhaps I alone could carry the whole city's roster. Before, we needed 100 dinosaur porters.
There is another point no one has mentioned. The material for boards should change too. Right. Why must we use trunks? With characters this small, tree bark would be much lighter. Yes, bark, and small sheets of lizard hide, all cheaper materials.
The mayor waved a claw to cut off the discussion. Enough? From now on, ants will write for us. First, form an ant writing army of more than 1 million. It will be led by... The mayor looked around the room, and its gaze finally fell on Kunda. You will be in charge.
Kunda's dream came true, and Boulder City, indeed the whole dinosaur world, no longer had to worry about enormous writing boards.
Before long, ants became indispensable to the dinosaur world. Dinosaurs of status always carried a small portable anthill, usually shaped like a wooden ball and housing several hundred ants. When a dinosaur needed to write, it spread a sheet of bark or hide on a table, placed the anthill beside it, and the ants climbed out onto the sheet, biting characters into it under the dinosaur's instruction.
Ants' precision skills also entered many other fields of the dinosaur world. They helped dinosaurs make finely graduated sundials, hourglasses, water clocks, and later mechanical clocks. They performed delicate operations in dinosaur scientific experiments. Many studies once impossible in the dinosaur world became real.
For ants, what they received from dinosaurs had gone far beyond bones and meat. They quickly learned dinosaur writing, used it in their own society, and used it to communicate with dinosaurs. To make communication faster, ants invented a miraculous formation writing method. Within a square area, hundreds or thousands of ants rapidly arranged themselves into lines of characters. Their skill at formation typesetting grew so refined and fast that the square area where they formed words became like a computer display, showing different contents at different times.
As communication between the two worlds deepened, the ant world received more knowledge and thought from dinosaurs. Every new scientific or cultural achievement of dinosaur society quickly spread into the ant world.
Ants became the nimble hands of dinosaurs, and dinosaurs became the source of thought and creation for ants.
The fusion of two budding intelligences in the late Cretaceous finally triggered a violent nuclear reaction. The sun of civilization rose from the center of Gondwana and lit the long night of Earth's evolutionary history. Chapter 4. The shape of God-time flew. 1,000 years passed.
Ants and dinosaurs each built vast empires. The dinosaur world entered the Steam Age. Dinosaurs built many huge cities, and broad-gauge railways connected those cities with every part of the continent. Trains ran on those rails, each carriage as tall as a 5- or 6-story building of ours, pulled by equally huge steam locomotives. Wherever they went, the earth shook, and the water vapor from their engines rose like clouds on the horizon.
Dinosaurs also built transport balloons that flew high in the sky. When those enormous balloons drifted overhead, their shadows could cover a city. They built giant ships to sail every ocean, powered by steam engines or huge sails, and their fleets were like floating mountain ranges. These ships carried the dinosaurs and ants of Gondwana to other continents, spreading the civilization of the Dino-Ant Alliance across the entire late Cretaceous world.
The ant empire was equally vast. Ants no longer lived in holes. Their cities dotted every continent like stars. The tiny refinement of ant civilization and the enormous roughness of dinosaur civilization were both hard for us to grasp.
An ant city was usually only the size of one of our football fields, but under a magnifying glass, its scale and complexity would make the viewer dizzy. Ant towers were generally 1 to 2 meters high, with interiors as intricate as three-dimensional mazes. Ant trains were only as large as our smallest toy cars, and their transport balloons were like soap bubbles drifting with the wind. Yet ant vehicles could usually travel only short distances. For long journeys, ants rode dinosaur trains, balloons, or ships.
Dinosaurs had long since invented printing and built typewriters, so they no longer needed ants for writing. But in more fields of the dinosaur world, ant precision skills became even more important. Without ants machining large numbers of precise parts, printing presses and typewriters could never have been built. From valves and gauges on steam engines to compasses on ships, all required ant skills. In medicine, ants dominated completely. The thick-fingered dinosaurs never learned to operate on their own patients.
For more than 1,000 years, relations between the ant and dinosaur worlds were harmonious. with no major friction. But as intelligence evolved, a disagreement over religion arose, and a long-hidden crisis began to show itself.
The annual Dino Ant Summit was held in Boulder City. At this meeting, the supreme rulers of the two empires would discuss major issues facing both worlds.
At this time, the capitals of the dinosaur and ant empires were still Boulder City and Tooth City. Compared with Grand Boulder City, Tooth City seemed like an inconspicuous postage stamp pasted nearby, but their status was equal. So when Queen Liu of the Ant Empire entered the tall palace of the Dinosaur Empire, she received a solemn welcome.
When senior officials of the Ant Empire traveled, they always brought a formation writing core. Its role was to form words so ants and dinosaurs could converse. The size of the core depended on the official's rank. The one brought by the queen was the largest, 100,000 strong.
Amid the horns of the dinosaur honor guard, a square formation of 100,000 ants followed the queen into the hall. The 2-meter black square moved slowly across the mirror-smooth floor and arrived before the dinosaur emperor, who stood in front of the honor guard to welcome her.
The dinosaur Emperor Urus first greeted the Ant Queen. Queen Liu, are you in front of this black square? Has it been a year since we met? Urus bent down and stared for a long while at the floor in front of the formation. Writing Square then shook his head.
Last time we met, I remember I could still see you. Now I truly cannot. I am old. My eyes are failing. The black square scattered and rapidly formed a line of large characters.
Perhaps the floor color is wrong. You should use white marble here, then you could see me. Liu, ruler of the Ant Empire, greets His respected Highness Urus, ruler of the Dinosaur Empire. Urus smiled and nodded.
I also greet your respected majesty. As for the agenda of this summit, I believe the Empire's envoy has already informed you.
Liu looked at the towering dinosaur emperor before her and nodded her antennae, speaking in scent language. The front row commanders of the Formation Corps received the scent and quickly passed instructions back. The well-trained soldiers shifted formation like a complete machine, instantly arranging the Queen's words.
This summit is to resolve the religious dispute between our two worlds. This problem has troubled us since the previous emperor's time and has now become the greatest crisis facing the Dino-Ant Alliance. I believe Your Highness has seen that the world is nearing the edge of disaster because of it.
Urus nodded again. Yes, Your Majesty. I think you also understand how difficult this crisis will be to resolve. Where shall we begin? The Queen thought for a moment and answered. The Formation Corps flashed the reply across the marble floor. Let us begin where we have already reached agreement.
Very good. Dinosaurs and ants both believe this world can have only one God. Yes, this world can have only one God. The two rulers were silent for a while. Then Urus said, "Next, we should discuss what God looks like, though we have discussed it 1,000 times," Liu said.
Yes, this is where the dispute lies, and where the crisis lies.
The Dinosaur Emperor said,
God is undoubtedly dinosaur-shaped. We have seen it in faith. It is a composite of every dinosaur form.
The Ant Queen said,
God is undoubtedly ant-shaped. We too have seen it in faith. It is a composite of every ant form.
Urus smiled and shook his head. Your Highness Liu, if you had even basic reason and common sense, this would not be hard to settle. Do you truly believe God is an insect as small as dust like you? Could such a God create so large a world? Liu answered.
Size does not mean power. Beside mountains and oceans, dinosaurs are dust as well.
Eurus said,
But we have thought and creativity, and you do not. All ant society is only a precise machine, with each ant just a tiny part.
Licini said, thought alone cannot create a world. Think about it. Without ant operation, most dinosaur inventions could never become real. Creating a world is clearly precise and delicate work. Only an ant god could do it.
Urus burst into laughter. What I cannot stand most about ants is your impoverished imagination. Perhaps those tiny heads of yours can do only simple arithmetic. You really are just machine parts.
As he spoke, he bent down and brought his face close to the floor, whispering to the ant queen he still could not see.
Let me tell you, when God created the world, he did not need to operate anything. He merely had a thought, and whoosh, the thought became the world.
After saying this, he straightened up again and laughed. Licini said,
Your Highness, I do not wish to waste time with you. This long-standing question between our two worlds must be settled at this conference.
Urus raised both huge claws and cried out, Ah, we have reached another agreement. Yes, this question must be settled this time. Respected Queen, you may offer your solution first.
Licini quickly gave her answer. To show solemnity, the ant formation core framed the great line of characters around her words. The dinosaur empire must immediately demolish every church that worships a dinosaur-shaped god. Ares looked at the ministers around him, and then they all laughed.
Such a huge tone from such tiny insects. Licini continued.
The ants will suspend all work in the dinosaur empire and withdraw from all dinosaur cities until your churches are demolished according to our demand. Only then will we return and resume work.
Eurus said,
Then I also issued the dinosaur empire's ultimatum. Within 1 week, the ant empire must demolish every church in ant cities that worships an ant-shaped god. When the deadline arrives, the Imperial Army will flatten every ant city where such a church still stands.
Is this a declaration of war?
Licini asked calmly. Let us hope not. Otherwise, facing you little insects in battle would cost the dinosaur army all dignity.
The Ant Queen did not answer. She turned and left. The formation core opened a passage for her. After she passed, it closed, and then the square followed the queen out of the palace.
At that moment, a small commotion arose among the dinosaurs. They saw ants crawling out of the little spherical portable anthills carried on their bodies or placed on their tables. Though dinosaur printing had become mechanized, personal writing still relied on ants, and each dinosaur carried an anthill the way we carry a pen. The anthills varied in size. Some were exquisite and had become necessary ornaments and symbols of status and wealth. But the ants inside were not private dinosaur property. They were hired from the ant empire and ultimately obeyed only the queen.
Now these ants crawled from tables and dinosaur bodies onto the floor, joining the departing square.
Good heavens, if you leave, how am I supposed to write and review documents?
One dinosaur minister cried. Urus waved a claw and said with contempt,
They will soon be back at work. Without dinosaurs, the ant world cannot exist. We will soon show these little insects who truly has the power of God.
At the doorway, Licini turned back and said something. The formation core quickly arranged a line of words. That is exactly what the Ant Empire wants you to see. Chapter 5, Ant Weapons.
What? We are going to war with dinosaurs? Is that not madness? They are so large and we are so small.
An ant minister cried. This was in the palace of the Ant Empire in Tooth City, just after the Imperial Command had heard the Queen's account of the Dino Ant Summit.
Tang Kamassing Queen Wan Commander. Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army said,
If anyone, at this stage of the Empire's development, still measures strength by the size of an individual body, that person must be an idiot. It turned to the Queen. Your Majesty, please trust that the Imperial Army is fully capable of defeating those big, stupid beasts. Boasting is easy. That minister challenged the Marshal.
True, the ant armies under your command have fought many battles, even aboard dinosaur ships on other continents. But those wars were against uncivilized ant tribes. If you fight animals much larger than us, I doubt one of your divisions could defeat a single lizard.
The Queen nodded her antennae at the Marshal. Yes, Donglila. I want not empty talk, but concrete strategy and tactics. War begins in 1 week. Tell us how the Imperial Army will fight it. The Marshal answered.
Through 1,000 years of medical service, we know dinosaur anatomy thoroughly. The Imperial Army will enter dinosaurs' bodies and attack their vital points. In this kind of warfare, smallness is the ant's advantage.
A minister asked,
How will we get inside while they are sleeping?
The Marshal shook its antennae. No. Morally speaking, we cannot start the war first. This attack on dinosaurs will, of course, take place on the battlefield.
Easier said than done. Battlefield dinosaurs are awake and running. Can your soldiers climb onto them? Even if a dinosaur stood still and let you climb from its foot, how long would it take to reach its nose or mouth? By the time your troops got inside, our capital would already be trampled flat.
The Marshal did not answer directly. It looked around at every ant in the command and said,
Everyone, the far-sighted Queen Licini, foresaw the rupture of the Dino-Ant alliance long ago. When she took the throne, she ordered the Imperial Army to prepare for war against dinosaurs. After long research, we have created many new weapons and tactics for striking them. Please come outside now. We will demonstrate 2 key pieces of equipment.
All members of the command went to the square outside the palace. More than 20 soldier ants carried up a strange device, a tiny slingshot fixed to a long base. Together they pulled the elastic tight and locked the pouch at the far end of the base. Then more than 20 soldier ants climbed into the pouch and clung together, forming a black pellet. An ant beside the base moved a small lever. The mechanism released the pouch, and with a snap, the black pellet shot into the air, more than 10 meters high.
At the highest point, the pellet quickly broke apart, and the 20-odd ants drifted down through the air, their glossy black bodies flashing in the sunlight. Marshal Donglila explained.
This equipment is called the ant ball catapult. It solves the problem that Minister raised.
Useless acrobatics. One minister said dismissively. Another minister said,
The strategic foundation of the Imperial Army is attack. Your former doctrine was attack, attack, and attack again. Now it seems all of that must change. We must defend, defend, and defend again.
The Marshal answered,
No. Attack remains the strategic foundation of the Imperial Army.
How can we attack? Even if your little toys like ant ball catapults work, we obviously cannot use them to attack Boulder City. We can only wait for dinosaurs to attack ant cities. Very well. Next we will demonstrate a weapon that can attack dinosaur cities.
The Marshal waved its antennae. Several soldier ants brought in a few little yellow balls like grains of millet. One soldier ant turned and sprayed a drop of formic acid onto one. A minute later, the ball ignited, emitting dazzling white light. The intense burn lasted more than 10 seconds before dying.
This weapon is called a thunder grain.
It is a timed incendiary bomb. Spraying it with formic acid starts the timer, which can range from seconds to hours. When the acid corrodes through its shell, combustion begins. That burning produces high heat and can ignite any flammable material.
The ministers shook their antennae in disbelief. One said, "A child's toy. Even if that little ball burned on the dinosaur emperor's head, he would feel no more than a cigarette burn. Can it destroy Boulder City?"
You will see its power,
the marshal said confidently. Chapter 6. The First Dino-Ant War.
After a heavy rain the previous night, the clouds cleared, and a bright morning arrived. The sky was cloudless, the air pure and transparent. In the first light of sunrise, everything on the ground appeared sharply clear, as if nature itself had prepared a stage for the great battle.
The war began on the broad plain between Boulder City and Tooth City. Looking in opposite directions from that place, the two imperial capitals could be seen in the distance.
2,000 dinosaur soldiers formed a square facing Tooth City. To the ants of Tooth City, it was as though a wall rising into the clouds had appeared at the horizon. Unlike wars against their own kind, the dinosaur soldiers wore no armor and carried no weapons. They had been told that when they attacked, all they had to do was march in formation over the ant city.
Opposite the dinosaur square, 10 million ants of Tooth City formed more than 100 squares, turning that patch of land into a dense black field.
In front of the dinosaur formation, a tyrannosaur broke the silence. It was Major General Ishita of the dinosaur army, and its voice was like thunder from the horizon.
Little insects, the Empire's deadline has only 10 minutes left. If you now return to Tooth City, demolish your churches, and go back to Boulder City to resume work, I can extend the time a little. Otherwise, the Imperial Army will attack. Do not think our 2,000 soldiers are many. They are only 1,000th of the Imperial Army, but enough to flatten the Ant Empire's capital. The cities our children build with toy blocks are bigger than your Tooth City. One piss from them could flood the whole place.
The battlefield fell into dead silence. Only the Cretaceous sun climbed quietly higher. 10 minutes passed quickly. "Attack!" General Ishita shouted the order, and the dinosaur square advanced. The ground trembled under the orderly steps of 2,000 dinosaurs, and puddles left by the rain rippled.
The ant lines did not move.
Queen Licini, Marshal Donglila, I cannot see where you are, but if you do not order these insect squares to move aside, our big feet will crush them into ant paste. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Ishida shouted at the black ant formations, drawing closer.
Then General Ishita saw an obvious change in the ant formation ahead. Looking carefully, it found countless tiny things standing up in the square, as if grass had suddenly grown from the black ground. They were 100,000 ant ball catapults. Ishita did not know what they were. It was puzzled, but the dinosaur formation continued forward.
Then the ant square changed in a second astonishing way. The black mass on the ground suddenly condensed into countless little balls. This reminded Ishita of the miraculous formations of the ant riding corps. For a moment it thought the 10 million ants were about to arrange themselves into words. But after forming dense little balls, the formation changed no more.
The dinosaur square kept advancing until it was only about 10 meters from the ant front. By then, Ishita could see the catapult structures. Taut miniature slingshots, each with an ant ball in its pouch.
A faint but dense crackling sounded, like heavy rain striking water. 100,000 ant balls shot into the air,
like a vast swarm of flies startled into flight. The land in front immediately showed its original color.
The dense ant balls rose over the front rows of the dinosaur formation and broke apart. Each ball contained dozens of ants. A rain of ants fell from the sky. The space around the dinosaurs filled with falling ants, and if they were careless while breathing, some could be inhaled into their nostrils. The dinosaurs hurriedly slapped their heads and bodies, throwing the formation into confusion.
Some ants that landed on General Ishita's head were swept off by its great claw. Others hid in folds of its rough skin and escaped the claw's sweep. When the claw turned to slap its body, several soldier ants crawled toward the edge of the dinosaur's forehead, looking for its eyes. To ants crawling across the broad head of a tyrannosaur, it was like marching on a ravined plateau, a plateau swinging like a pendulum. They gripped
the ground so they would not be thrown off.
When the ants reached the edge of the head, they looked down on an astonishing sight. Imagine standing on the summit of Mount Tai, while Mount Tai itself walks across the earth on giant legs. Worse still, you can look up and see more than 1,000 other walking Mount Tais around you. The ant soldiers found the dinosaur's right eye. To them, it was like a round frozen pond, its translucent surface slightly bulging and sharply sloped downward. 3 soldier ants carefully climbed onto the smooth,
frozen pond surface. On the slippery eyelid, the slightest carelessness would send them falling into the air. The ants gnawed with their strong mandibles. Under this irritation, the dinosaur's eye released tears, and the tears rushed down the pond over the ice surface.
Like a mountain flood, sweeping the 3 ants off the eyelid.
While the tyrannosaur rubbed its eye, 3 other soldier ants on its head quickly entered its nostril. Amid the roaring gale of breath, they skillfully walked through the forest of crisscrossing nose hairs, avoiding anything that might trigger a sneeze. Soon they passed through the nasal cavity and followed paths known from countless surgeries to the area behind the eyeball.
The ants traveled along the translucent optic nerve toward the brain. Sometimes thin membranes blocked the way, and they bit tiny holes through them, too small for the dinosaur to feel. At last the 3 ants reached the brain, which floated quietly in brain fluid like a mysterious, independent organism. They searched carefully and soon found the thick cerebral blood vessel, the main channel supplying blood to the brain. Through its transparent wall, dark red blood rushed past with a low rumble.
Now the brain of the Tyrannosaur Ishita was overloaded, processing huge quantities of battlefield information from its visual and auditory nerves. That rushing blood supplied its energy and oxygen. These 3 ants had once been brain surgery engineers. They had visited such places countless times, clearing blocked brain vessels and saving many dinosaur lives. But now they would do the opposite.
The ants began cutting the vessel wall with sharp mandibles, working carefully and expertly. When 3 deep scratches connected into a closed circle, the ants withdrew quickly. They did not want to see the final result. As experienced surgical engineers, they knew what would happen.
No sooner had the ants left than blood beads seeped from the scratched wall under powerful pressure. Then, like glass scored by a cutter, the scratched area split under the blood pressure. A small circular piece of vessel wall fell away, leaving a round hole. A flood of blood burst out. The brain, deprived of blood supply, trembled and grew paler and paler.
At that moment, Ishida was shouting orders on the chaotic battlefield, trying to restore the dinosaur attack formation. Suddenly, its vision went black, and the world spun inside a dark fog. The 3 ants, running through the nasal cavity, felt weightlessness, then a violent shock. Their world turned over, then quickly went still. They knew the dinosaur had fallen. Then the gale of breathing in the nostril stopped, and the heavy heartbeat from far away vanished. Major General Ishida of the Dinosaur Empire was dead, killed by cerebral hemorrhage.
On the battlefield, dinosaurs fell one after another. Besides those whose brains were attacked like their commanders, some died of ruptured cardiovascular vessels, while others were paralyzed when nerve bundles in the spine were severed. The ants mostly entered enemy bodies through ears, noses, and mouths.
After this wave of attack, more than 300 dinosaur soldiers were dead or wounded. Huge bodies littered the battlefield, and horrible moans from dinosaurs not yet dead echoed across it. The remaining soldiers were terrified by the nightmare and fled backward. Yet many still had ant soldiers attacking inside their bodies, and dinosaurs kept falling along the retreat.
While repelling the dinosaur attack on Tooth City, the Ant Empire began another enormous military operation.
In Boulder City, capital of the Dinosaur Empire, the war against the ant world had not greatly affected daily life. The departure of ants would not produce catastrophe in the short term. The lack of precision operation merely brought inconvenience. As for the war, the dinosaur public did not take it seriously. They believed the mighty dinosaur army could defeat insects barely visible to the naked eye with one lift of a claw. That the Empire had dispatched 2,000 soldiers to destroy an ant city like a child's toy sandbox seemed excessive. Perhaps the Emperor merely wanted to show imperial strength.
At dawn, the imperial capital awoke as usual. At the East Gate bus terminal, more than 1,000 huge buses entered the city's streets. At that time, buses, like trains, were driven by heavy steam engines. Each dinosaur bus was like a giant locomotive, roaring steam from its roof as it moved. Thus, during the day, Boulder City's streets were always filled with steam, and countless building-sized buses moved through it.
Today, besides dinosaur passengers, those buses also carried another group of passengers who had secretly boarded the previous night. Many ant soldiers. The largest number hid on the route crossing the city's main avenue, a full army division of more than 10,000 ants. They hid on the underside of doorsteps, in toolboxes, under floor beams, and in coal piles for the steam engine. On such an enormous steam bus, hiding an ant division was easy.
After one bus had traveled for 10 minutes along a steam-filled, deafening street, it reached its first stop. Along with several dinosaur passengers, a full company of 200 ant soldiers, clinging to the underside of the steps, got off. Each ant carried a thunder grain in its mouth.
After disembarking, the ant unit advanced quietly through cracks by the roadside. Their tiny black bodies blended with the damp pavement, and dinosaurs moving through the foggy street could not notice them. Above them, dinosaurs passed from time to time, their tall bodies instantly darkening the ground. Sometimes a huge foot stepped directly over the crack the ants were using, yet the unit moved through safely.
They arrived before a tall building. Even its door rose into the clouds from the ants' perspective, its upper half hidden in steam. The ants entered through the gap under the door.
Dinosaur buildings were all enormous. To ants, each building was an entire world, and entering one was little different from being in the wilderness.
This building was a warehouse. The ants crawled across the broad floor among goods. It was a dim world whose only sun was a high window admitting light. They soon found their target, a row of towering wooden barrels. The dinosaur world had not yet entered the electrical age. At night, they used oil lamps. What loomed above the ants were barrels of lamp oil. The soldiers searched carefully and found several damp spots on the floor, locating places where the barrels leaked slightly. They placed the thunder grains in their mouths against the leaks.
Soon more than 100 thunder grains were in place. The soldiers pointed their tails at them. At the lieutenant's order, each sprayed a drop of formic acid onto a grain. The acid slowly corroded the shell, starting the timed ignition. The delay was set for 6 hours, to burn at 2 in the afternoon.
At the same time, whenever any of the 1,000 buses moving through Boulder City stopped, a hidden ant detachment disembarked and slipped into the city.
By noon, more than 1 million soldiers from 100 Ant Empire Army divisions had infiltrated every corner of Boulder City, placing their thunder grains wherever things could burn. More than 1 million thunder grains were scattered through government offices, shops, schools, libraries, and residential buildings. All were set to ignite at exactly 2 in the afternoon.
In the palace of the Dinosaur Empire, Emperor Eurus was awakened by several dinosaur officers who had fled back from the failed attack on Tooth City. Eurus had feasted all night with several governors from Laurasia and had slept only at dawn. When he heard that General Ishita was dead and more than half of the 2,000 dinosaur soldiers had become casualties, it seemed like fantasy, and he flew into a rage. He was about to order those derelict fools executed under military law when another event made him personally feel the threat of the ants.
The captain of the palace guard stood by the bed holding a piece of cloth and cried out,
"You idiot! Why are you holding my pillow towel?"
Eurus scolded angrily. Today it seemed to him that everyone around him had become idiots and trash who deserved death. Your Highness, I just found this. Look.
The captain held the towel before Eurus. On it was a line of characters made of countless tiny holes bitten by ants, clearly made by ants that had infiltrated the palace and crawled beside the emperor's pillow while he slept. We can take your life at any time.
Eurus looked at the towel, and a chill ran through its whole body. It trembled and looked around as if seeing ghosts.
The other dinosaurs present hurriedly bent down and searched everywhere, but found no trace of ants. Only the line on the towel proved they had truly come. The dinosaurs did not know that the ant unit that infiltrated the palace had left not only those words, but also more than 1,000 thunder grains. The tiny yellow balls, nearly invisible to dinosaur eyes, had been placed on mosquito nets, bed legs, sofas, tall luxurious wooden furniture, mountains of documents, and more. Their surfaces were all slowly being corroded by formic acid. Like the 1 million thunder grains across Boulder City, their burning time was set for 2 in the afternoon.
The Dinosaur Empire's army minister straightened and said to the emperor,
"Your Highness, I warned you long ago. In a war between different species, large has its power and small has its advantage. We must not underestimate ants."
Then what should we do next?
Eurus said with a sigh, "Please be at ease, Your Highness. The General Staff prepared for this long ago. I guarantee the Imperial Army will flatten Tooth City before dark. 3 hours after the first assault was defeated, the dinosaur army launched a second attack on Tooth City."
The attacking force was still 2,000 dinosaurs, advancing toward Tooth City in the same formation. But now, every dinosaur wore a large metal helmet.
The ant defenders of Tooth City repeated their earlier tactic, using ant ball catapults to launch hundreds of thousands of ants above the dinosaur formation, making another rain of ants from the sky. But this time, ants landing on dinosaur heads could no longer enter enemy bodies. The metal helmets were extremely tight. Each visor was a single sheet of glass. The air intake was covered by fine iron mesh. Every joint was sealed, and the neck was tied tight with cords, forming an impregnable protection for the head.
Marshal Dung Lila of the ant army also landed on a dinosaur helmet. Studying the helmet beneath it, the marshal was filled with regret. 2 months earlier, ant craftsmen had helped make these helmets. The fine mesh over the air intake had been woven by ants. At the time, the dinosaur employers claimed the helmets were for keeping worker bees. It seemed that just like the ants, the dinosaur empire had long been secretly preparing for war.
After the reign of ants attack failed, the ant army could only use arrows at the second defense line. 1.5 million ants fired together, and tiny arrowheads flew at the dinosaur formation like dust raised by a gust of wind. But they had no killing power against mountain-high dinosaur soldiers. The fine arrows touched rough dinosaur skin and fell, piling up thickly on the ground.
The dinosaur formation stepped into the ant ranks, leaving rows of deadly footprints. Each giant print contained thousands of crushed ants. Ants who did not die under dinosaur feet could only watch the huge bodies pass over the sky above them toward Tooth City.
After the dinosaur formation rushed into the city, it began trampling and kicking madly. Most Tooth City buildings reached only to dinosaur shins, and blocks of high rises were flattened under their feet.
Marshal Donglila and several ant soldiers were still crawling back and forth on one dinosaur's helmet, trying to find an entrance. From that height, they saw the dinosaurs leave a trail of ruins, parts of which were burning. At that height, the ants saw how Tooth City looked to dinosaur eyes and truly felt how tiny their species was.
This tyrannosaur reached the Imperial Trade Building. The 3-meter skyscraper was the tallest structure in the ant empire and the pride of ant architecture, yet it rose only to the giant beast's hip. The tyrannosaur crouched in front of it, and as its head dropped sharply, the ants felt a moment of weightlessness.
The dinosaur crouched before the building and studied it for a few seconds, then grabbed the base with 2 giant claws and pulled it out of the ground.
It stood up and held the building, examining it curiously like an interesting toy. The ants on its head also looked up at the building raised into the sky. They saw its smooth blue-black surface reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and countless glass windows glittering in the sun. The ants remembered that their first school lesson had been to climb to the building's top with their teacher and look down over all of Tooth City.
The tyrannosaur turned the building over and over. The long structure suddenly snapped into 2 pieces in its claws. It cursed something and threw the halves one after the other. The 2 parts traced high parabolas through the air, smashed into distant blocks, shattered, and crushed several high-rises.
Under the trampling of 2,000 dinosaurs, too many to even fit inside the area of Tooth City, the ant empire's capital became tiny rubble within minutes.
The dinosaur soldiers cheered amid the dust rising from the ruins of Tooth City. But the victorious cheering lasted only briefly before suddenly dying away. All the dinosaurs stared dumbly toward Boulder City. Black columns of smoke were rising from the capital of the dinosaur empire.
Urus, surrounded by guards, fled from the smoke-filled palace and ran into the panicked Minister of Internal Affairs.
"Disaster, Your Highness! The whole city is burning!"
The minister cried. "Where is your fire brigade? Send them to fight the fire." Important notice: if readers cannot open the old site address, please use the backup address. The whole city is on fire. Even with every fire brigade dispatched, they can only save the palace.
Who started the fires? Ants? Who else? This morning, more than 1 million ants infiltrated the city. Those damned insects. How did they start the fires?
"With this, Your Highness,"
the minister said, opening a paper packet for the emperor.
Eurus stared at the paper for a long while and saw nothing. The minister handed it a magnifying glass, and through it, Eurus saw several thunder grains on the paper.
City patrols seized these this morning from a captured group of ants that had infiltrated the city. What is this? Ant dung?
It is a miniature incendiary bomb. It can be timed and ignited with formic acid. They placed more than 1 million of these across the city, all on flammable materials. At least 1/5 of them started spreading fires. That means around 200,000 ignition points in Boulder City. Even if every fire brigade in the Empire were brought in, such a fire could never be extinguished.
Eurus stared dully at the sky being swallowed by black smoke and could not speak.
Your Highness, we have no choice. Abandon the city,
the minister whispered.
By midnight, Boulder City was a sea of fire. The flames reddened half the night sky, bringing a false dawn to the central plains of Gondwana. Roads outside the city were jammed with dinosaurs fleeing and with their enormous vehicles. Firelight and terror reflected in every dinosaur eye. Emperor Eurus and several ministers stood on a hillock for a long time, gazing at the burning city.
Order the imperial armies on Gondwana to attack every ant city at once and destroy them completely. At the same time, send fast-sailing ships to the other continents with orders that every continental army take the same action, delivering a fatal blow to the ant world across the entire Earth.
Thus, the war between ants and dinosaurs continued. The flames of war soon spread across Gondwana, and a month later to every other continent, becoming a world war over all the Earth. The war brought catastrophe to both worlds. Dinosaur cities fell into seas of fire. Ant cities were reduced to rubble under dinosaur feet.
Ants also set large fires on the grasslands, fields, and forests where dinosaurs carried out agriculture and herding. They often scattered tens of millions of thunder grains over vast regions at the same time, causing fires that could not be extinguished.
Forest and grassland fires spread across all continents. Smoke covered the sky and caused enormous ecological disaster. As crops, pastures, and forests burned, smoke from global fires filled the atmosphere, sharply reducing sunlight at the ground. Crop yields fell greatly, and the enormous eating dinosaurs fell into hunger.
Countless small ant units attacked dinosaurs everywhere, usually by entering their bodies. This terrified the dinosaurs. Every dinosaur wore a mask at all times, even while sleeping, because tiny ants could enter and leave their huge homes at will.
At the same time, the ant world suffered devastating blows from dinosaurs. Almost every ant city was destroyed, and ants had to return underground. Even so, large underground bases were often found and destroyed by dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs also used chemical weapons extensively, scattering a poison harmless to dinosaurs but lethal to ants. While killing ants in great numbers, it severely limited the ants' range of activity. Because ants lacked long-distance transport and had previously relied on dinosaur vehicles to maintain connections across the empire. Increasing dinosaur attacks made those links ever harder. Parts of the ant world became isolated from one another, and the ant empire began to fall apart.
The war had an even more serious consequence. Cretaceous civilization was based on the Dino-Ant Alliance. Once that alliance broke, social life in both worlds suffered fatal damage. Progress stopped completely, and signs of regression appeared. Cretaceous civilization was in mortal danger.
In the worldwide war, ants and dinosaurs both committed all their strength, but neither could gain absolute advantage. The war became a long war of attrition.
The commanders of both empires realized the reality. This was a war with no victor. Its final result would be the destruction of the great Cretaceous civilization.
In the 5th year after the war began, both sides opened ceasefire talks. The most crucial moment was the historic meeting between the dinosaur emperor and the ant queen.
The meeting was held in the ruins of Boulder City, specifically at the old site of the palace where the Dino Ant Summit had triggered the war 5 years earlier. The once magnificent palace had been reduced by fire to broken walls. Through cracks in the high walls, one could see the smoke-blackened remains of buildings in the distance. This city, burned 5 years before, was now covered by weeds and vines, as if the surrounding forest would soon swallow it.
The sun appeared and disappeared behind clouds, filling the empty palace ruins with shifting light and shadow. Though I cannot see you clearly, you do not seem to be Queen Licini, Urus said, looking at the place at his feet where the ant queen stood.
She has passed away. We ants live short lives. I am Licini II.
The queen of the ant empire said. This time she had brought only a little more than 10,000 formation writers, and Urus had to bend down to read their characters.
I think the war should end.
Emperor Urus of the Dinosaur Empire said.
I agree. Licini II said, Urus continued.
If the war continues, ants will again search animal bones for scraps of meat and live on dead beetles dragged back into little holes.
Licini II said.
If the war continues, dinosaurs will again wander starving through forests and survive by eating their own kind.
Then, Your Majesty, do you have any specific proposal for ending the war? Urus asked, staring at the place where the ant queen stood. We can begin with the cause of the war. Your Highness, many dinosaurs and ants have forgotten that cause.
But I remember. It concerned the image of God, whether God looked like an ant or a dinosaur. The finest scholars of the dinosaur empire have studied this for years, and now they have reached a new conclusion. God is neither ant-shaped nor dinosaur-shaped. God has no form, like wind, like light, diffused through the world like air. There is a shadow of God in every grain of sand and every drop of water.
Ants do not have brains as complex as yours. So, such deep thinking is difficult for us. But I agree with this conclusion. By our intuition, God is indeed formless. The ant world has already forbidden idol worship.
The dinosaur empire has also forbidden idol worship. Then, Your Majesty, may I say that ants and dinosaurs now have the same God? You may think so, Your Highness.
Thus the first Dino-Ant War ended. It was a war with no victor. Soon after the war, the Dino-Ant Alliance quickly recovered. New cities rose of the ruins, and Cretaceous civilization, on the verge of collapse, was reborn from fire. Chapter 7, The Information Age.
Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Cretaceous civilization crossed the electrical age and the atomic age and entered the information age.
Now, dinosaur cities were far larger than in the steam age. They contained buildings more than 10,000 meters tall. Looking down from their roofs was like looking from one of our high-altitude airplanes. Clouds seemed to cling to the ground.
These giant buildings towered above seas of cloud. When the clouds below were dense, dinosaurs on the sunlit top floors called the ground floor guards to ask whether it was raining below, so they could decide whether to bring umbrellas when leaving work. Their umbrellas were huge too, like circus tents.
Their cars now ran on gasoline, but each was still as large as one of our buildings, and the ground still trembled as they drove. Airplanes replaced balloons. Those planes were like our ocean liners. When they flew, thunder rolled across the sky, and their shadows swept the ground.
Dinosaurs also entered space to explore. Many of their satellites and spacecraft orbited in geostationary orbit. Those craft were also colossal, their shapes visible from the ground.
The global dinosaur population had grown more than tenfold since the Steam Age. They ate much and used huge things, so dinosaur society consumed staggering quantities of materials. Those demands had to be met by numerous giant farms and factories. Nuclear-powered machines ran in the factories whose skies were forever covered by smoke. Because the scale of production was vast and energy, raw materials, and finance moved through extremely complex flows, only computer networks could manage them.
The dinosaur world was linked by vast, complex computer networks. Each key on a dinosaur computer keyboard was as large as one of our computer screens, and each monitor was as wide as one of our walls. Meanwhile, the ant world had also entered an advanced information age.
The energy and power systems of the ant world were entirely different from those of dinosaurs. Ants did not use oil or coal, but gathered wind and solar energy. In ant cities, there were many wind generators, shaped and sized like the paper pinwheels children play with. The surfaces of buildings were covered with a glossy black material, solar cells.
Another key ant technology was bioengineered power muscle. These muscles looked like thick cables. After nutrient fluid was injected, they could contract and expand at many frequencies to generate power. Ant cars and airplanes used them as engines.
Ants also had computers. They were rice-sized round grains. Unlike dinosaur computers, they had no integrated circuits. All computation was done through complex organic chemical reactions. Ant computers had no displays. They output information as chemical scents, which only ants could distinguish in their exquisite complexity. Ants could translate those scents into data, language, and images. Ant computers were also linked into vast networks, but not by fiber optics or radio waves. They communicated by chemical scent, exchanging information in scent language.
After the First Dino-Ant War, no major war again broke out between ants and dinosaurs. The Dino-Ant alliance continued. In the information age, dinosaurs depended even more on ant precision skills. In every factory of the dinosaur world, large numbers of ants worked, mainly making tiny parts dinosaur workers could not make, and operating, maintaining, and repairing precision equipment and instruments.
Another important field where ants served dinosaur society was medicine. All dinosaur surgery was still performed by ant doctors entering their enormous organs. Ants now possessed many precision medical devices, including tiny laser scalpels and micro-submarines that could travel through dinosaur blood vessels and clear blockages. Communication between ants and dinosaurs no longer relied on formation writing. An electronic translator could directly turn ant scent language into dinosaur speech. The strange old method of tens of thousands of ants arranging words gradually became an ancient myth.
The ant empire on Gondwana finally unified the uncivilized ant tribes of every continent and established a global ant world called the Ant Federation. In contrast, the once unified dinosaur empire split. Laurasia became independent and formed another vast dinosaur nation, the Republic of Laurasia. The Gondwana Empire was mainly composed of tyrannosaurs, while the Republic of Laurasia was mainly composed of another great predator type.
The two great nations fought constantly over territory. After every war, most cities became seas of fire and ruins.
But over the most recent 2 centuries, with the arrival of the nuclear age,
war stopped. This was entirely due to nuclear deterrence. Both great powers stored large numbers of thermonuclear weapons. If war broke out, those bombs would turn Earth into a lifeless furnace.
It was fear of mutual destruction that maintained Earth's terrifying peace on the point of a needle.
As time passed, dinosaur society expanded rapidly across Earth. Their population grew fast, continents became crowded, environmental pollution and nuclear war became ever more serious threats. Cracks again appeared between the ant and dinosaur worlds, and an ominous cloud once more covered Cretaceous civilization.
Chapter 8. The Ant Declaration Since the Steam Age. The annual Dino Ant Summit had continued and become the most important meeting in the Cretaceous world. At it, the leaders of dinosaurs and ants discussed relations between the two worlds and major problems facing the whole world.
That year's summit was held in the World Hall of the Gondwana Empire. The hall was the largest building in the Cretaceous world. Its inner space was so vast that it had its own small weather. Clouds often formed under the huge dome, producing rain or snow, and temperature differences between parts of the hall often caused gusts of wind. Dinosaur architects had not expected this microclimate when designing the superbuilding. It made the hall almost meaningless, because being inside was like standing in the open wilderness. At several summits, rain or snow forced the participants to build a smaller temporary conference hall in the center. But today, the weather in the World Hall was good.
Sky formed by the dome held more than 100 giant lamps, shining like a group of brilliant little suns.
The two dinosaur delegations, led by the Emperor of Gondwana and the President of Laurasia, had taken seats around the great round table. The table in the middle of the hall was as large as a human football field, yet it still seemed insignificant on the empty plain inside the hall.
The ant delegation, led by Supreme Executive Kachika of the Ant Federation, had just arrived. Their aircraft drifted toward the center of the table like a flock of light white feathers. As they flew past the table edge, dinosaurs blew at them, making the feathers tumble up and down, and laughed loudly. This was a traditional summit joke. Some ants fell from the aircraft onto the tabletop. Their light bodies suffered no harm, but it was a long walk to the center. The remaining ants struggled to stabilize the aircraft and landed on a crystal tray in the table's center, their seat at the summit.
From around the round table, dinosaurs could not see the ants at that distance, but a camera aimed at the tray projected their images onto a huge screen on one side of the table, enlarging them to dinosaur size. At that scale, the little insects looked even more rugged and powerful than dinosaurs, their metallic bodies like formidable war machines.
When the summit Secretary General, a stegosaur with a row of plates along its back, announced the opening of the meeting, the hall fell quiet. All participants rose to salute the flag of Cretaceous civilization, which climbed a distant, tall flagpole. On the flag stood a tall dinosaur combining traits of many dinosaur kinds, facing the rising sun. Beside it stood an ant just as tall, made of countless small ants.
The meeting soon entered the first agenda item, a general debate on major global crises. Supreme Executive Kachika of the Ant Federation spoke first. The slender ant waved its two antennae, and its scent language was translated into rough dinosaur speech.
Our civilization has reached the edge of a cliff, Kachika said.
The dinosaur world's great industry is killing Earth. The biosphere is being destroyed. The atmosphere is filled with smoke and toxins. Forests and grasslands are disappearing rapidly. The last continent to be developed, Antarctica, has become the first to be completely desertified, and the other continents will repeat its fate. Now this predatory development has turned to the oceans. At the current rate of fishing and pollution, the seas will be completely dead in less than half a century. But compared with the danger of nuclear war, all of this is almost insignificant.
The world now lives in a peace maintained by nuclear deterrence. In truth, it is walking a tightrope suspended above the fires of hell. The nuclear weapons held by the two great dinosaur powers are enough to destroy all life on Earth hundreds of times.
Old talk. President Duodomi of Laurasia, a tall predator, curled its lip dismissively.
The root of all this is your enormous consumption of natural resources.
Kachika continued, pointing at Duodomi. The food you eat in one meal could feed a great ant city for an entire day. What an unfair world this is.
Little insect, that is unreasonable,
said the Gondwana Emperor, a powerful tyrannosaur named Dadas, in a thunderous voice.
We were born this large. What can we do? Would you have us all starve to death? To survive, we must consume, and we must have vast industry and energy.
Then you should use renewable clean energy. Impossible. Those little windmills and solar panels ants use would not produce enough electricity to drive the electronic watch on our wrist. We must use coal and oil. And, of course, nuclear energy. Pollution is unavoidable.
But you can control population. That would reduce energy consumption. There are now more than 7 billion dinosaurs worldwide. You cannot keep increasing. Dada shook his head.
Reproduction is the instinct of life. To maintain a nation's strength, there must be enough population. If Laurasia is willing to smash its dinosaur eggs, Gondwana can smash ours too. However many they smash, we will smash the same number.
But Your Highness, Gondwana's population exceeds Laurasia's by nearly 400 million.
Duodomi retorted.
Mr. President, Laurasia's population growth rate is 3 percentage points higher than Gondwana's.
Dadas answered.
Nature will never allow the number of you boundlessly consuming giants to grow without end. Must you wait until catastrophe comes before you wake up? Kachika said, pointing its two antennae at Duodomi and Dadas, respectively.
Catastrophe? The dinosaur race has lasted tens of millions of years. What catastrophe has it not met?
Duodomi laughed.
Exactly. When the cart reaches the mountain, a road will appear. The nature of the dinosaur race is to follow events as they come. Whatever arrives, we face it. We fear nothing.
Dadas said, waving a huge claw.
Not even total nuclear war? If that moment of destruction comes, I see no road left to take, Kachika said.
Little insect, on that point we agree.
Dadas nodded.
We do not like nuclear weapons either, but Laurasia has deployed so many that we have no choice. If they destroy theirs first, we will destroy ours afterward.
Duodomi pointed at Dadas and sneered. Respected Highness, surely you do not think the Gondwana Empire still has any credibility. You should destroy nuclear weapons first, because it was Laurasia's ancestors who invented them.
But the Gondwana Empire first built intercontinental missiles, giving nuclear bombs a long-range delivery system. Kachika waved its antennae and interrupted them. What is the point of arguing about events from centuries ago? We must face reality, Dadas said.
Reality is that Laurasia can only use nuclear weapons to give itself courage. Without them, it is worthless. Do you remember the distant battle of Vera Plain? The late Emperor of Gondwana led 2.5 million tyrannosaurs on Antarctica and defeated 5 million Laurasian predators, slaughtering them until none had armor left. The Great Victory Mountain in Antarctica is made from the bones of Laurasian dinosaurs.
Then Your Highness must also remember the second destruction of Boulder City.
Duodomi countered.
400,000 pterosaurs of the Laurasian Air Force flew over that great Gondwana city and dropped more than 1 million incendiary bombs. When the Laurasian army entered the city, it could already eat delicious roasted Gondwana dinosaur.
Indeed, Laurasian dinosaurs are cowards like that. You can only use weapons thrown from the air and from far away for sneak attacks. You never have the courage to fight face to face. A pack of base, pathetic worms.
Then, Your Highness, why do we not show everyone right now who is pathetic?
As Duodomi spoke, it leapt onto the round table and lunged at Daedalus, waving 2 sharp claws. Daedalus immediately jumped onto the table to fight. The other dinosaurs did not interfere. They only cheered excitedly around the table.
Fighting at international conferences was common in the dinosaur world, and the ants were used to it. As always when this happened, they quickly hid under the sturdy crystal tray to avoid being crushed by dinosaur feet. Through the tray above them, they saw the 2 fighting dinosaurs like 2 rotating mountains, while the tabletop shook violently. Dadas had the advantage in weight and strength. Duodomi was more agile.
Stop fighting. What does this look like?
The ants shouted under the crystal tray, and the translation system amplified their voices. The 2 dinosaurs, still evenly matched, stopped when they heard it. Panting, they climbed down from the table and returned to their seats, each with scratches of various lengths, still glaring fiercely at the other.
Very well. It seems we should move to the next agenda item.
The Secretary General said.
No, Kachika said firmly.
This summit should have no other agenda. When a question involving the life or death of our world remains unresolved, every other topic is meaningless.
But, Supreme Executive, for decades, every Dino Ant Summit has discussed environmental pollution and nuclear threat. Each time, there has been no result. It has become a routine ceremony that wastes time and annoys everyone.
This time is different. Please believe me. At this summit, the most important issue for Earth civilization will have a result. Since you are so certain, please continue. Kachika was silent for a moment. When the noise in the hall subsided, it spoke solemnly.
Now I read Declaration number 147 of the Ant Federation. For the continuation of Earth civilization, the Ant Federation makes the following demands of the Gondwana Dinosaur Empire and the Laurasian Dinosaur Republic. First, stop reproduction for the next 10 years so the dinosaur population enters net decline. After 10 years, the birth rate must remain below the death rate, ensuring the total base continues to decrease for 100 years. Second, immediately shut down 1/3 of heavy industry, and within 10 years, as dinosaur numbers fall, shut down another 1/3, finally reducing environmental pollution below the level Earth's biosphere can bear. Third, immediately and completely destroy all nuclear weapons.
The method of destruction will be to launch every nuclear bomb into space on intercontinental missiles under Ant Federation supervision.
A low laugh rose among the dinosaurs. Duodomi pointed a huge claw at the crystal tray and said, "The ants have issued this declaration dozens of times. Are you not tired of it? Kachika, little insect, surely you yourself do not believe we will accept such absurd demands." Kachika nodded its antennae.
Of course we know dinosaurs will not accept these demands.
Very well, then. The Stegosaur's Secretary General clacked the plates on its back. I think the conference may proceed to the next item, something more realistic.
Please, wait. Our declaration is not finished, Kachika said.
If these demands are not met, for the safety of life on Earth, the Ant Federation will take action.
The dinosaurs froze and looked at one another. If the dinosaur world does not immediately act according to the declaration, the 38 billion ants working in the Gondwana Empire and the Laurasian Republic will all go on strike.
The hall fell into a long silence. Thin clouds formed beneath the hall's dome, floating like gauze, and casting shifting light and shadow over the broad floor. Plain.
Executive Kachika, you are not joking, are you?
Duodomi asked, breaking the silence. This declaration was jointly drafted by 1,145 nations of the Ant Federation. Our resolve cannot be shaken. Executive, I think you and all ants should understand.
Datus said, rubbing its left eye with a claw. That eye seemed to have been scratched by Duodomi during the fight. The alliance between dinosaurs and ants has lasted 3,000 years. Though history has seen war between our worlds, it has never shaken the foundation of the alliance.
But when the biosphere of the whole Earth faces fatal threat, the Ant Federation can do only this.
Do not treat this as a game. Remember the lesson of the first Dino-Ant War.
Duodomi said,
Once ants strike, industrial production in the dinosaur world will stall, and many other fields, including medicine, will suffer severe blows. This could cause the dinosaur world to collapse, and ants will gain nothing from it.
The first Dino-Ant War began from religious conflict. This time, ants withdraw from the Dino-Ant Alliance to save Earth. The Ant Federation will bravely face every crisis that follows.
It seems we spoiled these little insects in the past.
Dada said, slamming the table with a thunderous sound.
It is the dinosaurs who have been spoiled, Kachika said.
Had the ant world acted earlier, the arrogance and madness of the dinosaur world would not have grown to this point.
The hall again fell silent. But this time, terrible energy gathered in the air, as if it might explode at any moment. Duodomi broke the silence. It looked around, as if suddenly waking from a dream. Oh, it seems I need to speak privately with the ant insect.
After saying this, it climbed onto the round table, came to the crystal tray, crouched, loosened the tray from the tabletop and carried it away from the meeting. From a coat pocket it took a small translator and spoke mysteriously to Kachika on the tray.
Respected Supreme Executive, the Ant Federation Declaration is not without reason. We in the Republic of Laurasia see Earth's crisis too, and we wish to solve it. We simply have lacked a suitable opportunity. In fact, there is a shortcut. An ant strike is acceptable, but only in the Gondwana Empire. Once the empire falls into chaos, the Republic of Laurasia will launch a full attack and destroy it in one stroke. After occupying Gondwana, we will close all its heavy industry. Population is no problem either. The war will eliminate at least a third of Gondwana dinosaurs, and the rest will not be allowed to reproduce for a century.
Would that not achieve the demands of the Ant Declaration? No, Mr. President, Kachika said from the center of the crystal tray. The other Ant Federation officials on the tray also shook their heads.
If that happens, the dinosaur world will not fundamentally change. Sooner or later, you will still reach this point. And a world war like the one you imagine could bring many consequences we cannot foresee. The Ant Federation has always treated all dinosaurs equally, regardless of nation, and never becomes involved in dinosaur politics or wars. This is an ancient principle of the ant world.
Mr. President, please put the tray back. We must continue the meeting. The Stegosaurus Secretary General shouted from the round table,
Duodomi shook its head and sighed. Foolish insects. You have missed a chance to make history. Then it carried the crystal tray back to the round table.
As soon as it set the tray down in the center, Emperor Dadas jumped onto the table and picked it up again. Forgive me, everyone. I too must speak privately with the insects. Like Duodomi, it carried the crystal tray far from the table, took out a translator, and spoke to Kachika.
Supreme Executive Insect, I can guess what that fellow said to you. Do not believe it. Duodomi's cunning and treachery are known to all. It is Laurasia that should be destroyed. Gondwana dinosaurs still retain some idea of harmony with nature, and our behavior is restrained by religious faith. But Laurasian dinosaurs care only about themselves and believe only in the power of nuclear weapons. They are the most dangerous. Listen, insect, launch a full strike in Laurasia, or go further and sabotage it on a massive scale. The Gondwana Empire will attack in full and quickly remove this garbage from Earth. Then the planet will be safe.
Kachika repeated to the Emperor of Gondwana what it had just told the President of Laurasia. After hearing it, Dadas angrily threw the crystal tray away. A few seconds after it hit the ground, members of the Ant Federation delegation drifted down one after another.
You insignificant little insects, what right have you to despise great dinosaurs? Know this, it is we who rule Earth, not you. You are only living dust. Kachika stood on the floor of the hall and looked up at the towering Gondwana Emperor.
Your Highness, in an age like this, you still judge strength by the size of an individual body. That is childish in the extreme. Go read the history of the first Dino-Ant War.
Because it was far from the translator, Dadas did not hear Kachika. It roared in a thunderous voice. If ants dare strike, they will suffer the most merciless punishment. With that, it strode away.
The dinosaur delegations of Gondwana and Laurasia also rose from the round table and left. For a time, the ground shook violently under their heavy footsteps, and members of the Ant Federation, along with the dust on the floor, bounced up and down repeatedly. The dinosaurs' figures soon vanished in the distance. Before the ants lay only flat, smooth floor, reflecting white light from the cluster of little suns in the dome sky and stretching into infinity, like the unknowable future in Kachika's mind. Chapter 9. Strike Capital of the Gondwana Empire. In a wide blue hall inside the towering palace, Emperor Dadas lay on a great sofa, covering its left eye with one huge claw and groaning in pain from time to time. Several dinosaurs stood around it. Secretary of State Babate, Defense Minister Marshal Loluogia, Science Minister Dr. Ninikan, and Medical Minister Dr. Vivek.
Dr. Vivek bent over and looked at the Emperor. Your Highness, the left eye scratched by Duodomi is inflamed and urgently needs surgery. But no anti-surgeons can be found now. We can only maintain it with antibiotics. If this continues, you risk losing sight in that eye.
I want to skin Duodomi alive,
the Emperor said through clenched teeth. Then it asked the doctor, "Are there no ant doctors in any hospital in the country?" Vivek nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. Many patients needing surgery are untreated, and panic has already begun."
The greater panic probably does not come from that, does it?
The Emperor said, turning to the Secretary of State. Babate bowed slightly and said,
"Of course, Your Highness. 2/3 of the nation's factories have now stopped, and several cities have lost power. The Republic of Laurasia is not much better off."
Have the machines and production lines dinosaurs can operate also stopped?
Yes, Your Highness. In automobile factories, because fine small components cannot be made, the large components dinosaurs can produce cannot be assembled into finished products, so production has stopped. In power generation, the ant strike had little effect at first, but as equipment failures increased and repairs lagged,
More and more plants were paralyzed.
The Emperor flew into a rage. Bastards. As soon as the Dino Ant Summit ended, I ordered emergency training for dinosaurs nationwide so they could gradually handle the precision operations ants used to perform. Your Highness, that is almost impossible.
Nothing is impossible for the great Gondwana Empire. In the long history of the empire, Gondwana dinosaurs have survived far greater crises. Bloody battles against stronger enemies, forest fires covering entire continents. We survived them all. But Your Highness, this time is different.
What is different? With diligent training, dinosaurs can also develop nimble hands. Then we will no longer be blackmailed by those little insects.
You'll see how difficult that is.
The Secretary of State said, opening its huge claw and placing 2 red wires on the sofa. Your Highness, can you try the most basic repair operation for machinery? Connect these 2 wires? Why not?
Emperor Dadas grabbed the wires. Each finger of its huge claw was half a meter long and thicker than a teacup. The 2 wires, 3 millimeters in diameter, looked thinner than hairs would to us. It struggled hard, crouching with both eyes close to the sofa, trying to pick up the wires. Its thick conical nails were as smooth as little cannon shells, and the wires it tried to pinch kept slipping away. Stripping the insulation and connecting them was out of the question. The Emperor sighed and impatiently swept the wires to the floor with one claw.
Even if you eventually mastered this fine skill of wiring, you still could not perform repair work. Our thick fingers cannot reach into machines where only ants can crawl. Ah, Science Minister Ninikan sighed deeply and said with feeling,
800 years ago, the late Emperor already saw the danger produced by dinosaur dependence on ants and worked constantly to develop new technology and equipment to escape it. Forgive my boldness, but in the 2 centuries of Your Highness's reign, that effort has nearly stopped. We have lain comfortably in the warm bed of ant service and forgotten danger in times of peace.
I have lain in no one's warm bed. In fact, the danger the late Emperor saw has appeared countless times in my nightmares. Dadas pressed a thick finger against Ninikan's chest.
But you must understand, the late Emperor's efforts stopped because they failed. The same happened in the Republic of Laurasia. That is true, Your Highness. The Secretary of State nodded and pointed at the wires on the floor, speaking to Ninikan.
Doctor, surely you know that for dinosaurs to connect wires smoothly, these 2 wires would have to be 10 to 15 centimeters thick. Even at that size, we could not build a mobile phone with wires inside as thick as little trees, nor a computer like that. If dinosaurs are to operate and maintain these machines, half of all machines and equipment must be built 100 or even several hundred times larger than now. The resource and energy consumption would also be hundreds of times greater. Dinosaurs simply cannot bear that.
The medical minister said,
Dinosaur organs are relatively large, so surgery performed by dinosaur doctors is possible in some cases. But ant surgery requires no cutting open, is safer, and works better. 2,000 years ago, there were cases of dinosaur doctors performing open surgery, but that technology has now been lost.
The science minister concluded,
Without cooperation between dinosaurs and ants, we would not be what we are today. We absolutely cannot let ants destroy this alliance.
But what are we to do now? The Emperor asked, spreading both claws and looking at everyone. Defense Minister Marshal Luoluoja, who had been silent, spoke. Your Highness, the Ant Federation has its advantages, but we have our own power. The Empire should use that power.
The Emperor nodded and said to the Marshal,
Very well. Order the General Staff to draft an action plan.
Marshal.
The Secretary of State said,
stopping Luoluogia as it was about to leave.
The key is coordination with Laurasia.
Correct. The Emperor nodded. We must act at the same time as they do, or Duodomi may play the good dinosaur and pull the Ant Federation over to Laurasia's side. Chapter 10. The Second Dino Ant War. Tooth City, rebuilt on the ruins of the first Dino-Ant War, had now become the largest city in the ant world. It had more than 100 million ants and covered the area of 2 football fields. Tall buildings stood everywhere, among them the 5-meter Federation Trade Building, the tallest in the ant world. Normally, streams of ants flowed constantly through maze-like streets. Because ant high-rises needed no stairs and could be entered directly from outside walls, streams of ants also appeared on the surfaces of skyscrapers. Many winged ants flew above the city, their transparent wings glittering in sunlight. Most striking in Tooth City were the countless power-generating windmills on the tops of tall buildings, like white flowers blooming across the city.
But today, this once noisy metropolis was silent. All residents, together with many ant workers withdrawn from dinosaur cities after the strike, had mostly evacuated. East of the city, hundreds of millions of departing ants formed a black stream flowing into the distance.
To the west, on what had once been an endless plain, a row of tall metal mountains appeared. 10 Gondwana dinosaur bulldozers, their enormous blades stood in a line like a sky-high iron wall far away. The Gondwana dinosaur empire had issued an ultimatum to the Ant Federation. If the striking ants did not return to work within 24 hours, these bulldozers would level Tooth City. Now the sun was setting on the western horizon, and the long shadows of the dinosaur bulldozers covered the city.
The next morning, the Second Dino-Ant War began.
A morning wind scattered the mist, and the rising sun lit a battlefield vast beyond measure to ants and absurdly small to dinosaurs. Outside Tooth City's western boundary, ant artillery formed a solemn gun line more than 20 meters long. Hundreds of large-caliber cannons, each about the size of our firecrackers, shone in the dawn. Farther back, more than 1,000 missiles waited on launch racks, each about the size of one of our cigarettes. A squadron of Ant Air Force reconnaissance planes circled above the city like small leaves lifted by a whirlwind.
In the distance, the 10 dinosaur bulldozers had already started their engines. Their huge roar filled heaven and earth. Vibrations traveled through the ground, and Tooth City felt as if it were in an earthquake. Glass in high rises rattled. Beside the bulldozers stood several dinosaur soldiers, giants reaching the sky in ant eyes. One officer held a loudspeaker and shouted toward Tooth City.
Listen, little insects. If you still do not return to work, the Imperial bulldozers will drive over you. Your city will be flattened. Actually, we do not need to go to this trouble. Your city is smaller than our children's toy sandbox. One piss would wash it away. Ha, ha, ha.
No answer came from Tooth City. Forward! The dinosaur officer waved a huge claw, and all the bulldozers slowly moved forward, gradually accelerating. Then a faint hissing rose from Tooth City. Amid the bulldozer's roar, it could barely be heard, like air leaking from a balloon. Next, countless extremely thin white lines grew from the city and lengthened quickly, as if the city had sprouted hair. These were the smoke trails of ant-launched missiles.
The swarm of missiles crossed the empty ground between bulldozers and city, and struck the bulldozers and the dinosaur soldiers behind them. The officer who had shouted grabbed one missile in its claw. The missile exploded in its palm with a dull puh.
Sound. The dinosaur cried out in pain and flung away the fragments.
Opening its claw, it saw only a thin patch of skin had been blasted up. Dozens more missiles hit its huge body and popped open one after another. The dinosaur slapped its body and laughed loudly.
Wow, your missiles are like mosquitoes. They tickle when they bite.
The ant artillery opened fire. Flames from hundreds of large-caliber guns linked into a line across the ground before Tooth City, like someone throwing a string of lit firecrackers. Shells flew like rain, most hitting the dinosaur soldiers and bulldozer cabs. The tiny explosions could not even overpower the bulldozer's roar. The weapons caused no damage, leaving only speckles on cab glass.
On the grass, less than 2 meters in front of the moving bulldozers, more than 1,000 ant aircraft suddenly rose along a line, their thin wings flashing with dense, tiny sparks in the sun. The aircraft crossed the towering bulldozer blades and landed on the front covers. At the center of each cover was a row of vents. To ants, the gaps were wide, and they crawled in.
Inside, the ants saw a frightening, huge space, filled with thick pipes and spinning giant wheels. The hot air stank of oil, and strange crashes made their whole bodies numb.
As officers had warned them, they saw a sky-high cooling fan spinning rapidly ahead, filling the space with strong wind. The ants followed the planned route along the pipes toward their target. Though the pipes were tangled, ants were born masters of mazes. The squad looking for the engine's spark plugs soon saw the target. 4 spark plugs like 4 distant, towering spires.
The ant soldiers did not need to approach the spark plugs. It was said the leaked electric field nearby was deadly to ants. The spark plug wires descended from the tops and reached places close to the ants. The soldiers crawled to the wires, removed thunder grains from their backs, and stuck them to the wire surfaces, 3 or 4 on each wire. After setting the timing knobs to the proper position, the ants quickly withdrew.
Unlike the miniature incendiaries of the First Dino-Ant War, these thunder grains were small bombs specially designed to cut wires. A series of explosions sounded. The 4 wires were cleanly severed and their broken ends touched the metal casing, throwing off a string of dazzling sparks.
Inside the engine cylinders, the powerless spark plugs no longer ignited the fuel-air mixture. Power vanished, and the bulldozer stopped abruptly, its inertia throwing several ants off the pipes.
Meanwhile, another ant team inside the bulldozer found the fuel line. It was much thicker than spark plug wires, and through the transparent plastic wall, flowing fuel could be seen clearly. The ants climbed onto the fuel line, stuck more than a dozen thunder grains around its wall, and quickly withdrew. Their mission was complete.
The 10 dinosaur bulldozers drove only about 200 meters before stopping one after another. 2 or 3 minutes later, 6 burst into flame with a roar, and dinosaur drivers jumped from their cabs to escape. As soon as they ran clear, 4 burning bulldozers exploded. To the ants defending Tooth City, fire-wrapped smoke covered half the sky.
After the explosions ended, the dinosaur drivers of the 4 bulldozers that had not burned returned and opened the front covers to inspect the failures. They quickly found the cause. One dinosaur instinctively took a signal wand from its pocket, a device that sent ant scent, language used in ordinary times to summon ant repair workers. The driver stared at the flashing wand for a long while before remembering there were no ants working for it now. It cursed and bent down to connect the wires itself. Its thick claws could not reach into the machinery to retrieve the wires. After fumbling for a while, the drivers had no choice but to leave their bulldozers and watch helplessly as flames from neighboring vehicles spread toward their own.
Cheers rose from the ant positions. But Marshal Ruo Li of the Ant Federation, commanding near an armored vehicle, calmly ordered a retreat.
The artillery and missile troops had already withdrawn. The ant forces that had completed their attacks now flew east. Tooth City had truly become an empty city.
Seeing the row of blazing bulldozers, the dinosaurs became furious from humiliation. The officer shouted, "You hateful insects! Do you really think this means victory? We used bulldozers for amusement. Now watch how we deal with your toy city."
About 10 minutes after the dinosaurs left, a Gondwana Empire bomber flew over Tooth City and dropped a bomb, hitting the central square directly. With an earth-shaking crash, a huge black column of dust rushed 100 meters into the air. When dust and smoke cleared, a deep crater stood where Tooth City had been, and muddy groundwater began rising from its bottom. The largest city in the ant world had not left even a trace.
Almost at the same time, Green City, the Ant Federation's central city on Laurasia, was also destroyed by dinosaurs. That beautiful ant metropolis was blasted by high-pressure hoses from Laurasian dinosaur fire trucks into a muddy plain. Chapter 11, The Medical Team.
The day after Tooth City's destruction, Ant Federation Executive Kachika led a medical team to Boulder City and requested an audience with Emperor Dodus.
The Ant Federation deeply reveres the great power displayed by the Gondwana Empire.
Kachika said humbly. Dada said with excitement.
Kachika, little insect, you finally understand some reason. Know this. This is no longer the age of the first demo de Ant War. Ants no longer have the war power you had then. You cannot start fires in cities and forests anymore. Fire monitors and automatic extinguishers are everywhere, and flames are put out before they grow as large as a cigarette butt. As for the barbaric and stupid tactic of crawling into dinosaur nostrils, even during the first Dino-Ant War, dinosaurs had ways to prevent it, though they were troublesome.
Exactly so, respected Highness Dadas. I have come to request that the Gondwana Empire immediately stop attacks on other Ant Federation cities. The ants will immediately end the strike and resume all work in the Dinosaur Empire. At the same time, the Ant Federation has expressed the same intention to the Republic of Laurasia. Now, on every continent, tens of billions of ants are returning to all dinosaur cities.
Dadas nodded repeatedly. That is right. A split in the Dino-Ant Alliance is a disaster for both sides. At least this incident has taught ants who the true rulers of Earth are. Kachika also nodded its antennae.
This is a vivid lesson for ants. To express the Ant Federation's sincere respect for Earth's rulers, I have brought this finest medical team to treat your Highness's eye injury.
Dadas was pleased, because the eye wound had tormented it for 2 days. Dinosaur doctors could do nothing except give medicine, and had said surgery by ants was necessary.
The ant medical team's operation began quickly. Some worked on the outside of the eyeball. Others entered through the nostril to treat the rear of the eye. During the surgery, Kachika also explained the procedure to the Emperor.
Your Highness, the first step is to clear infection and necrotic tissue from the eyeball while injecting medicine. The second step uses a new ophthalmic treatment material to repair the injury. This material is living tissue cultured by bioengineering. It will fully heal your eyeball without affecting vision or appearance in the slightest.
The operation was completed 2 hours later. Kachika and the ant medical team left together. Then the Secretary of State and Medical Minister entered, followed by several dinosaurs pushing a tall, complex machine. The Medical Minister pointed at it and explained to the Emperor.
Your Highness, this is a high-precision 3-dimensional scanner.
What are you doing?
Dadas asked suspiciously, its left eye wrapped in gauze.
For safety, Your Highness, we must perform a full scan of your head.
The Secretary of State said gravely, "Is that necessary? With these cunning insects, caution is best." Dadas stood on a small platform of the machine. An extremely thin, bright line slowly moved down across its skull. During the scan, Dadas said impatiently,
"You are being paranoid. The ant insects would never dare tamper with my body. If discovered, the Imperial Army would destroy every one of their cities in 3 days. Ants are cunning insects, but also the most rational insects. Their thinking is like an exact computer, with no emotional impulse in it. They can calculate this account clearly."
The scan ended. Nothing abnormal was found in Dadas's skull. At the same time, Dadas received reports that ants were returning to dinosaur cities and that their work was rapidly resuming. "I am still uneasy, Your Highness. I know ants," the Secretary of State whispered to the Emperor.
Dadas smiled at it and said,
Your vigilance is correct and should be maintained. But you should also understand, we have defeated them.
From now on, all senior Imperial officials, important scientists, and workers in key posts must receive regular scanning examinations. I hope Your Highness approves.
The medical minister said, "Very well, I agree. Though I still think you are being paranoid."
But Dadas did not know that on the previous night, 20 ants hiding in the Royal Hospital had entered 6 high-precision 3-dimensional scanners and damaged a tiny integrated block almost invisible to dinosaur eyes. After that component was damaged, the scanners would operate normally, but their precision would drop by 20%. It was precisely that lost 20% that made the scanner miss a small object inside Dadas's skull. The object, secretly placed by the operating ants, was only 1/10 the size of a grain of rice. It sat on the main blood vessel in the brain, a timed thunder grain that could sever the vessel instantly.
In the war 1,000 years before, General Ishita, who attacked Tooth City, had been killed on the battlefield by ants entering through the nostril and biting through that same vessel, causing cerebral hemorrhage.
The detonation time of that thunder grain was set 660 hours later. At that time, Earth's rotation was faster than today, and a day had only 22 hours. So the thunder grain in the dinosaur emperor's brain would explode 1 month later. Chapter 12. The Fatal Plan.
The present facts are clear. Either ants destroy dinosaurs, or both are destroyed together. Executive Kachika said to the members of the Ant Federation Parliament from the rostrum.
"I agree with the Supreme Executive."
Senator Belubi said, waving its antennae from its seat.
"At the current trend, Earth has only 2 fates, either complete poisoning by dinosaur pollution or complete destruction in nuclear war between Gondwana and Laurasia."
Their words caused a strong reaction among the ant legislators. Yes, the time has come for the final choice. Destroy dinosaurs. Save civilization. Act. Act. Everyone, please calm down. Dr. Joya, chief scientist of the Ant Federation, waved its antennae to still the uproar.
Remember, the symbiosis between ants and dinosaurs has lasted more than 2,000 years. If this alliance suddenly disappears and dinosaurs are eliminated, can ants truly continue alone? Everyone knows what dinosaurs receive from ants has always been clear and concrete. But what ants receive from dinosaurs, besides basic living materials, includes invisible things, their thought and scientific knowledge. For ants, the latter is obviously more important.
Kachika said,
"Doctor, I have considered this problem for a long time. In the early Dino-Ant Alliance, thoughts and knowledge from dinosaurs were indeed essential to ant society. But after more than 2,000 years of learning and accumulation from dinosaurs, ant thought is no longer as simple and mechanical as it was. We can also perform scientific thinking, technical design, and innovation. And in many fields,
We now lead the dinosaurs. Without them, ant technology can still progress. We no longer need them as a source of thought.
No, 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 no! Dr. Joy shook its antennae vigorously.
Executive Kachika, you have confused technology with science. Ants may become excellent engineers, but they will never become scientists, because the physiological structure of ant brains means we can never possess two dinosaur qualities: curiosity and imagination.
Senator Bilubi shook its head dismissively. Curiosity and imagination? Huh. Doctor, do you think those are good things? Those two things make dinosaurs neurotic animals, changeable in mood, moody, dreaming wildly all day.
But precisely that changeability and wild dreaming produce inspiration and creation. Enough, enough! Kachika impatiently cut off Dr. Joy. Now is not the time for such pointless discussion, Doctor. The ant world faces only one question: destroy dinosaurs, or be destroyed with them.
Joy had no answer.
You scholars are giants in words and dwarfs in action. You only talk theory. When practical problems arise, you are helpless.
Bilubi said sarcastically. Then it turned to Kachika.
So, respected executive, does the Federation Command already have a detailed plan?
Kachika nodded. Let Marshal Ruo Lai introduce it. Marshal Ruo Lai, who had commanded the Second Battle of Tooth City a few days earlier, stepped onto the rostrum.
I want everyone to see a small object. It is also one tiny example of technical invention we achieved without relying on dinosaur teachers. At the Marshal's signal, two ants brought up two thin white strips, like tiny scraps of paper. Ruo Li explained.
This is the newest model of the ant world's most traditional weapon, the thunder grain. This sheet-like thunder grain was developed by Federation military engineers specifically for this final war.
It waved its antennae. 4 more ants brought up 2 short pieces of wire, the common kind inside dinosaur machines, 1 red and 1 green. They placed the wires on a stand, then wrapped the 2 white strips around the middle of the wires. The strips clung tightly like 2 turns of white tape. Then a miracle occurred. The 2 white rings changed color, becoming the same colors as the wires they encircled, 1 red and 1 green. Soon they merged with the wires and could not be distinguished at all.
Kachika said.
This is the Federation's newest weapon, the color-changing thunder grain. Once installed, dinosaurs can never discover it.
About 2 minutes later, the thunder grains exploded. With 2 sharp cracks, both wires were cut cleanly.
At the appointed time, the Federation will dispatch an army of 100 million ants. Some are ants now returning to work in the dinosaur world, and others are infiltrating it. This 20 million strong army will install 200 million color-changing thunder grains on wires inside dinosaur machines. We call this Operation Cut Wire.
Ah, what a magnificent plan.
Senator Bilubi exclaimed, drawing sincere agreement from the legislators.
Another simultaneous operation is just as magnificent. The Federation will send another army of 20 million ants to infiltrate the skulls of 5 million dinosaurs and install thunder grains on the main blood vessels of their brains. These 5 million are the elite among Earth's billions of dinosaurs, national leaders, scientists, key technicians, operators in crucial posts, and so on. Once they are eliminated, the entire dinosaur world will be like a body that has lost its brain. We call this Operation Cut Brain.
Bilubi said.
This plan does not seem as easy as the first.
As far as I know, Dinosaur Society now performs regular high-precision three-dimensional scans on all key personnel. The Gondwana Empire did it first, and the Republic of Laurasia followed. In Gondwana, even Emperor Dadas receives regular scans.
Kachika said with a proud expression. The first thunder grain of Operation Cut Brain has already been placed. It is in Dadas's brain. The medical team I led placed it there. The Emperor has now undergone multiple scans, and the thunder grain remains safely attached to the main vessel of its brain.
Does this mean we have developed another new thunder grain that high-precision three-dimensional scanners cannot detect?
Dr. Joy asked. Kachika shook its head.
We did work in that direction, but all attempts failed. The high-precision three-dimensional scanner is one of the major recent technological achievements completed jointly by dinosaurs and ants. It can detect and identify the smallest foreign object inside a dinosaur brain. Of course, a thunder grain placed elsewhere in the body would be harder to detect, but to kill, or at least disable consciousness and thought with one thunder grain, it must be placed on the main brain vessel. Dinosaurs understand this, so they scan only the brain.
Joy thought for a long time, then waved its antennae in confusion. Forgive me, Executive. I believe that Thunder Grain could not possibly avoid detection. I am the ant-side head of the scanner project and know its power very well. Ruo Li also showed the same proud look as Kachika.
Dear Doctor, you always make simple things complicated. We merely sent another small force into the Royal Hospital and tampered with the 6 scanners there, damaging a tiny, integrated block and reducing precision by 20%. That was exactly enough to keep the machine from recognizing the thunder grain.
What about later? We still have to place thunder grains in 5 million dinosaur skulls. You cannot possibly, do you mean to tamper with every high-precision scanner in the dinosaur world and lower all of them by 20%?
Exactly. Compared with the previous operations, this is actually easier. There are only about 400,000 such machines in the dinosaur world. A force of 5 million ants can accomplish it. A mad plan. The chief scientist was stunned.
The most brilliant part of the plan is simultaneity.
Kachika continued, taking the doctor's words as praise.
The 200 million thunder grains installed in dinosaur machines and the 5 million thunder grains placed in dinosaur brains will explode at the same instant. The error will not exceed 1 second. No part of the dinosaur world can rescue or replace another. Once the 5 million key dinosaurs are eliminated, the brain of Dinosaur Society will be cut out, and the whole society will sink like a great ship whose bottom has been torn away in the ocean.
Within a month, 2/3 of dinosaurs will die. In about a year, the number of survivors will fall by another 2/3. The remaining dinosaurs will no longer be any threat to the ant world. Then we will be the true rulers of Earth.
Respected Executive Kachika, may we know the exact time of that great moment?
Belubi asked, struggling to contain its excitement. All thunder grains will be set to detonate at midnight 1 month from now. The ants burst into cheers. DRO Joy waved its antennae desperately, trying to quiet them. The cheering lasted so long that it finally shouted to make them turn toward it.
Enough! Have you all gone mad?
Joy shouted. The dinosaur world is an extremely complex super system. If that system collapses everywhere in an instant, consequences may arise that we cannot predict.
Doctor, other than the destruction of the dinosaur world and the Ant Federation's final victory on Earth, can you tell everyone what other consequences there might be?
Kachika asked. I said they cannot be predicted.
Here we go again, Bookworm Joy. We are tired of your set of ideas.
Belubi said. Other legislators also expressed displeasure that the chief scientist had dampened everyone's excitement. Ruolai came over and patted Joy. The marshal was a calm ant, one of the few that had not cheered with the others. It said,
Doctor,
I understand your worry. In fact, we have similar concerns. But as rational realists, we believe the Ant Federation has no choice. Scholars like you cannot offer a better one. As for the terrible consequences you mention, the most terrible would be loss of control over dinosaur nuclear weapons. Those weapons could eliminate all life on Earth. But do not worry. Although the nuclear systems of both dinosaur powers are entirely controlled by dinosaurs, and the small amount of ant maintenance is closely watched, entering them is not difficult for ant special forces.
We have placed twice as many thunder grains in nuclear weapon systems as in other systems. After that moment, the nuclear systems will be paralyzed like all others. Not one nuclear bomb will explode. Joy sighed.
Marshal, matters are far more complex. The key question is this: do we really understand the dinosaur world? The question stunned all the ants. Kachika looked at Joy and said,
Doctor, ants are everywhere in the dinosaur world and have been for 3,000 years. How can you ask such a foolish question?
Joy slowly shook its antennae. Ants and dinosaurs are, after all, two vastly different species living in two completely different worlds. My intuition tells me that the dinosaur world must contain some huge secret unknown to ants.
If you cannot point to anything specific, then you have said nothing.
Belubi said dismissively. Joye said,
I request the establishment of an information-gathering system. The specific plan is this. Whenever you place a thunder grain in a dinosaur brain, also install a listening device in its cochlea. I will lead a department to monitor and analyze information sent back by these devices, so we can quickly discover anything we did not know before.
Ruolai said,
Work on placing thunder grains in dinosaur brains is expected to finish within half a month. Your department would receive information from 5 million listening devices. With such enormous data, even if great resources are invested, only a tiny portion could be analyzed before the thunder grains explode.
Joy nodded its antennae. Exactly for that reason, Marshal, I request that detonation be postponed by 2 months, so we can analyze as much information as possible. Perhaps we really will find something.
Nonsense.
Kachika shouted angrily.
The time absolutely cannot be postponed. 1 month is the time we need to place the thunder grains. Beyond that, not 1 second can be added. Delay breeds danger. We must act as soon as possible. Besides, I do not believe there is anything in the dinosaur world that we did not already know.
Chapter 13. Thunder Grains.
Emperor Dadas of the Gondwana Dinosaur Empire entered Boulder City's communications building, accompanied by the Secretary of State and Security Minister. The building was the center of Boulder City's information network, responsible for information processing and exchange between the capital and the whole nation. Gondwana had more than 100 such network centers, forming the backbone of the empire's vast information network.
Dadas and the others entered the broad main control room. Countless computer screens glowed there. Dinosaurs working before the computers stood in awe when they saw the Emperor arrive.
Where's the person in charge here?
The Secretary of State asked. 2 dinosaurs came forward and introduced themselves as the Network Center's Chief Engineer and Security Director. The minister asked them, "Where are the ants working here?"
They have all left work,
the chief engineer said. The Secretary of State nodded.
You must already have received orders from the Imperial Security Department to conduct a thorough inspection of all computers and network equipment, guarding against possible ant sabotage. This inspection is nationwide, taking place in every Imperial industry. His Majesty has come to inspect your work.
The chief engineer said.
After receiving the order, we began a full inspection at once. We have now checked every key device twice and strengthened security. We can guarantee the safety of the network center. Please rest assured, Your Highness.
Take us to the most important place.
Dadas said.
Then shall we go to the server room?
The chief engineer looked questioningly at the Secretary of State, who nodded. It then led the Emperor's party into the heart of the network, the server room. They walked between rows of white servers. These giant computers processed vast amounts of information from across the world and hummed softly around them, as if they were living things.
What measures have you taken to ensure security here?
The Secretary of State asked.
Ants working in the network center are strictly forbidden from entering here privately. Their maintenance work here must be carried out under close dinosaur supervision.
The security director answered. It removed a magnifying glass from a server cabinet door. Look, we use this to monitor ant work. Once they enter a server, they are under dinosaur observation at every moment. It pointed around, showing that every server door had a magnifying glass hanging on it.
Good. The Secretary of State nodded. Then how do you prevent secret intrusion by outside ants? First, we have sealed the server room strictly to prevent outside ants from entering.
Sealing. What a joke.
The Imperial Security Minister, who had not spoken before, said,
I once saw the best sealed room in the dinosaur world. It was a vault in the Imperial Bank that stored ant currency. Do you know how well that vault was sealed? It could be evacuated into a vacuum. Outside air could not enter at all. Perfect sealing. The bank wanted to prevent a then rampant ant burglary ring that specialized in attacking major banks. Sensitive gas sensors in the vault would detect even trace air if ants drilled through the wall, triggering an alarm. But even so, the vault was robbed, and the alarm never sounded.
Even during the later investigation, we never found where or how the ants entered. We could only guess they had attached a miniature vacuum chamber to the outside wall, drilled through inside the chamber, stole the goods, and then immediately plugged the tiny hole so no air leaked in. Ant cunning exceeds our imagination, and smallness is their advantage. In giant buildings like our cities, it is impossible to stop them by sealing.
Then can we seal the machines themselves to prevent ant sabotage?
Dodus asked. The Security Minister answered.
That is also difficult, Your Highness. Some machine openings are necessary, such as cooling vents, wire ports, and optical and floppy disk slots. Besides, even complete sealing cannot stop ant intrusion. You know, these insects are extremely good at drilling. They have all kinds of tiny but powerful tools and can quickly drill holes through any material large enough for them to pass.
To truly ensure machine safety, the only effective method is inspection, inspection, and more inspection, without the slightest slack. The Secretary of State said sternly to the Chief Engineer and Security Director.
Yes, Minister.
The two dinosaurs of the network center answered together. The security minister stopped before one server and ordered, "Inspect this machine."
The security director spoke into a walkie-talkie, and 5 dinosaur engineers immediately ran over. They held flashlights, magnifying glasses, and other tools in their claws, and carried 2 specialized instruments. The engineers opened the cabinet and began a careful inspection. It was not easy. The server's interior was dense with wires and components. The dinosaurs searched carefully through magnifiers, as if reading an obscure text or walking through a huge maze.
Just as Dodus and the others were growing impatient, a dinosaur engineer cried out, "Ah, anomaly found, a thunder grain." It handed the magnifying glass to Dodus. "Your Highness, there on that green wire."
The Emperor looked through the magnifier and nodded with satisfaction. Another engineer produced a pen-like object, a miniature vacuum cleaner. It touched the tip to that spot, pressed a switch, and sucked away the yellow ball attached to the wire. Excellent.
The security minister patted the engineer who had found the thunder grain, then turned to Dodus. "Your Highness, I had that fake thunder grain placed there in advance. Dada said dismissively.
Such measures have limited effect after all. Ants are small and cunning. If they are determined to sabotage, they are always hard to prevent. I have always believed the best way to deal with the ant threat is to create an even greater threat against those who make it. Now, after destroying 2 of their great cities, we have produced sufficient deterrence against the Ant Federation. We have successfully made ants understand that their world is only a toy sandbox on a tabletop in our eyes, and dinosaurs can effortlessly destroy every ant city on Earth in 1 or 2 days.
Under these circumstances, ants will not dare organize any sabotage against the dinosaur world. They are absolutely rational animals and will never take a risk whose harm outweighs its benefit.
The Secretary of State said,
Your Highness, what you say is of course reasonable, but last night I had a nightmare that revealed another possibility.
You have been having many nightmares lately.
That is because intuition tells me a great danger truly exists. If ants first sabotage one part of the dinosaur world, another part can strike back, and dinosaurs can destroy the ant world completely. But if ants sabotage every part of the dinosaur world simultaneously, and if they succeed, we will not be able to strike back. In that situation, dinosaur deterrence against ants would not exist.
Dada's thought for a while, then shook its head.
What you describe is only an extreme possibility.
Your Highness, in the simple feelings of ants, nothing is madness.
I still think it is unlikely. Imperial security measures are already strict enough. If ants truly had such a massive action, we would detect it quickly. What worries me most now is not ants, but the dinosaurs of the Republic of Laurasia. Their threat to the Empire is growing.
At that moment, besides all the dinosaurs present, Dardas's words had another audience. 12 ant soldiers hiding under the server motherboard. 5 hours earlier, they had entered the communications building along a water pipe, slipped through a tiny crack in the floor into the server room, and finally entered this server through a ventilation opening. The Imperial Security Minister was right. In the vast buildings and machines of dinosaurs, ants could move freely.
When they heard dinosaurs approaching, the ants quickly hid beneath the motherboard, which was larger than Tooth City's football field. They heard the cabinet door open. Through tiny holes in the board, they saw a magnifying glass cover the whole sky, its distorted surface reflecting one huge eye of a dinosaur engineer. The ants trembled with fear, but in the end, the dinosaurs did not discover them. While the engineer found the fake thunder grain placed by its own side, it missed the real thunder grain the ants had just installed right beside it. That tiny sheet had become one with the color of the wire and could not be distinguished. Sheet thunder grains were attached to more than a dozen nearby wires of different colors and thicknesses.
Several other sheet thunder grains were stuck to the circuit board. These would not explode. At the set time, they would release a few drops of strong acid to dissolve the circuits.
The ants under the motherboard heard the conversation between the Secretary of State and the Emperor. After the cabinet door closed, the world inside the server immediately entered night. One ant soldier said,
Yes, that dinosaur minister was right. If the Ant Federation carried out an action like that, it could destroy the dinosaur world.
Another ant soldier said,
Maybe what we are doing now is exactly that? Who knows?
They did not know that far more than their dozen ants had infiltrated the communications building. In every server in that hall, and every switch in the lower hall, a small ant force was completing the same mission.
They could not know that in the wide outside world, across every continent, more than 100 million ants were doing the same thing inside countless giant machines of the dinosaur world.
That night, the Secretary of State had another nightmare.
It dreamed that a black mass of ants crawled into its body through its nostrils, then came out of its mouth in a long line, each ant carrying a piece of something in its jaws, fragments of its own organs. After dropping the fragments, the ants crawled back in through the nostrils, forming an endless circular loop. It felt its organs being hollowed out.
The Secretary of State's dream was not entirely baseless. At that moment, 2 ants were really crawling into its nostrils. The 2 soldier ants had infiltrated its bedroom during the day and hidden under the pillow to wait. Now, with the wind of the dinosaur's inhalation, they quickly passed through the nasal cavity, then traveled skillfully upward through the dark skull and reached the brain. One ant turned on a tiny headlamp and soon found the main brain vessel. The other attached a yellow thunder grain to the transparent outer wall of the vessel. Then they withdrew from the brain and crawled along another winding path downward through the damp, dark skull, quickly reaching the ear. There they began installing a listening device on the eardrum.
The Secretary of State's nightmare continued. In it, its organs had been completely hollowed, and more ants entered to use its body as an anthill. It woke in a cold sweat.
The 2 ants working tensely in the ear felt the surrounding world suddenly shake, then felt heavy acceleration. They knew the dinosaur had awakened and sat up. Then a giant sound filled the dim space, numbing them. Most of the sound came through the skull bones. It was the dinosaur speaking to itself.
Someone! Someone! Another voice sounded, this time from outside, making the eardrum vibrate violently. Minister, what are your orders? Give me a high-precision 3-dimensional scan immediately. The 2 ants looked at each other tensely. One said,
What do we do? Break through the eardrum and retreat through the ear canal? No. That would be too easily discovered. Let us hide in the lungs. They usually scan only the head.
So the 2 ants left the installed listener and hurried downward through the dark. After returning to the nasal cavity, they went the other way and soon reached the entrance to the airway. They waited quietly. When the dinosaur inhaled, they leapt down and rode the strong wind through the trachea into the lungs. In the darkness, they heard a hiss like light night rain falling in a forest, the sound of countless alveoli exchanging gases. They also heard a faint hum from outside, the running 3-dimensional scanner. A few minutes later, outside voices became audible, much blurrier than in the skull, but still distinguishable.
Minister, the scan is complete. No abnormality found. The 2 ants in the lungs felt air pressure drop sharply. The dinosaur had let out a long breath. Minister, tonight you have already demanded 3 scans. Every one was completely normal. I think you are worrying too much. Worrying too much? What do you fools understand? All of you think day and night about the Laurasian threat and put all strength into preparing for nuclear war with that dinosaur power. Only I am the Empire's one clear mind. Only I know where the true threat comes from.
But the scans in recent days have found no abnormality. I doubt whether your machines are working properly.
Minister, the machines should be fine. We have used every scanner in the Royal Hospital. This time, according to your order, we also transferred one from another major hospital in Boulder City. All scan results are the same.
Inside the Secretary of State's lungs, the 2 ants again looked at each other nervously. One said,
"That was close. The mission to sabotage Boulder City's scanners was completed only this morning. If our operation had been a little earlier, the thunder grain and listener would have been found."
The Secretary of State lay back down and entered sleep, still troubled by nightmares. The 2 ants in its lungs silently crawled out through the nostril, down the bed, and withdrew from the bedroom across the floor.
At the same time, across all continents, 20 million ants infiltrated the skulls of 5 million dinosaurs and placed deadly thunder grains on their main brain vessels. They also installed listening devices in the ears of more than 1 million dinosaurs, including Emperor Dadas of Gondwana and President Duodomi of Laurasia. Once those devices began working, they sent vast amounts of information through numerous relay stations on every continent to a giant computer at Ant Federation Command. A newly formed organization led by Federation Chief Scientist Joy was analyzing it, searching like a needle in the ocean for secrets of the dinosaur world unknown to ants.
Chapter 14, Poseidon and Bright Moon. At Ant Federation Command, Executive Kachika and Commander-in-Chief Marshal Ruo Lai were directing the enormous operation to destroy the dinosaur world. 2 large screens showed the progress of Operation Cutwire and Operation Cut Brain.
Everything appears to be going smoothly,
Ruo Lai said to Kachika. At that moment, Federation Chief Scientist Joy came in. Kachika greeted it. "Ah, Dr. Joy, I have not seen you for a week. Have you been busy analyzing intercepted information? You look so serious. Have you really found some shocking secret to tell us?"
Joy nodded its antennae. "Yes, I must speak with you 2 immediately. We are busy. Please be brief. I want the 2 of you to hear a recording. We intercepted it yesterday at a summit between the Gondwana Empire and the Republic of Laurasia, a conversation between Dadas and Duodomi."
Kachika said impatiently.
What secret could that meeting have? We all know the 2 nations again failed to agree on reducing nuclear weapons. War between Gondwana and Laurasia is imminent. This further proves our operation is correct. We must eliminate dinosaurs before their nuclear war breaks out.
Joye said.
You are speaking of the news bulletin. I want you to hear the details of their secret talks. In them, something we never knew is revealed.
The recording began. Duodomi. Your Highness Dadas, do you really think ants will surrender so easily? It is almost certain that their return to work in the dinosaur world is only a delaying tactic. The Ant Federation must be planning a major conspiracy against the dinosaur world. Dadas.
President Duodomi, do you think I am too stupid to see such an obvious fact? But compared with Laurasia's bright moon entering negative countdown, the ant threat, even your nuclear threat, has become insignificant. Duodomi.
Yes, yes. Compared with the ant threat and the danger of nuclear war, Bright Moon and Poseidon are of course greater dangers on Earth. Then let us discuss this first. It is inappropriate to blame us over Bright Moon. It was Poseidon that first entered negative countdown.
Stop! Stop!
Kachika waved its antennae and said,
Doctor, I do not understand what they are saying.
Joy paused the recorder and said, "There are 2 important pieces of information in this conversation. What are Bright Moon and Poseidon, and what is negative countdown? Doctor, strange code names often appear in the conversations of high dinosaur leaders. Why be suspicious about this?"
From their conversation, these are 2 very dangerous things, able to threaten the whole Earth.
Logically, that is impossible, Doctor. Anything capable of threatening the whole Earth must be a very large facility like nuclear weapons. To destroy Earth would require launching at least 10,000 nuclear weapons. What an enormous facility that is. Such a huge and complex system could not operate normally without ant maintenance. In other words, if such a facility existed, The Ant Federation could not fail to know it. Look, the nuclear weapon systems of both dinosaur powers depend on ant maintenance, do they not?
Executive, I agree with your view. No large facility on Earth could exist without ants knowing, but simple, small facilities might. They need no ant maintenance and can operate normally, such as a single intercontinental missile, which can remain on standby for a long time without ant participation and launch at any moment. Perhaps Bright Moon and Poseidon are something like that.
If so, there is no need to worry. A small facility cannot threaten the whole Earth. As I just said, even the highest energy thermonuclear bombs would require more than 10,000 to destroy Earth.
Joy was silent for several seconds. Then it brought its head close to Kachika. Their antennae crossed, and their eyes nearly touched. That is the key question, Executive. Are nuclear bombs truly the highest energy weapons currently on Earth? Doctor, that is common sense.
Joy drew back and nodded its antennae.
Yes, common sense. That is the fatal flaw of ant thinking. Our thought is limited to common sense, while dinosaurs constantly stare into unknown new fields. In astronomical observation, dinosaurs discovered that far out in the universe there are objects called quasars. One such object can emit the energy of an entire galaxy. Compared with that energy, nuclear fusion is weaker than a firefly. They also discovered that when matter falls into interstellar black holes, it emits extremely intense radiation, with energy generation far beyond nuclear fusion.
Everything you mention is thousands or tens of thousands of light years away. It has nothing to do with reality. Then I will remind you of something related to reality. Do you remember the new sun that suddenly appeared in the night sky 3 years ago?
Kachika and Ruo Lai certainly remembered. That unprecedented event had made too deep an impression.
It was a cold winter night. In the southern sky, a new sun suddenly appeared, turning the world instantly to daylight. Its light was so strong that looking directly at it caused temporary blindness. It shone for about 20 seconds before going out. The heat it radiated made that winter night as muggy as summer, and sudden melting snow caused floods that drowned several cities. The event shocked ants at the time. They asked dinosaurs what had happened, but dinosaur scientists gave no explanation. Lacking curiosity, ants soon forgot it.
Based on the observations ants made then, we estimate that within the solar system, reactions may exist that produce higher energy than nuclear fusion. Kachika still disapproved.
Doctor, what you mentioned still has nothing to do with reality. Even if such energy exists, you cannot prove dinosaurs have brought it to Earth. In fact, that is almost impossible. Dinosaur spacecraft mostly operate in near-Earth space. Going that far into space is not easy for them.
I used to think so too, but please continue listening to the recording.
Joy said, starting the recorder again. Dadas. This game of ours is too dangerous, beyond the limit of what can be endured. Laurasia should immediately stop the negative countdown for Bright Moon, or at least change it to positive countdown. If you do that, Gondwana will follow. Duodami.
Gondwana should first stop the negative countdown for Poseidon. If you do that, Laurasia will follow. Datus. It was Laurasia that first started the negative countdown for Bright Moon. Duodami.
But, Your Highness, earlier than that, on December 4th, 3 years ago, if Gondwana's spacecraft had not done that thing in space, Bright Moon and Poseidon would not exist at all. That devil would already have followed its cometary orbit out of the solar system and had nothing to do with Earth.
Dadas. That was necessary for scientific research. Duodomi. Enough. Even now you repeat that shameless lie. It was the Gondwana Empire that pushed Earth to the edge of the cliff. You criminals have no right to make demands of Laurasia. Dadas.
It seems the Republic of Laurasia does not intend to make the first concession. Duodomi. Does the Gondwana Empire intend to? Dadas. Very well. It seems none of us cares about Earth's destruction. Duodomi. If you do not care, we do not care either. Dadas.
Ha! 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 Good. Good. Dinosaurs are a race that cares about nothing. Joy stopped playback and asked Kachika and Ruo Lee. I believe you two noticed the date mentioned in the conversation. December 4th, 3 years ago? Ruo Lee recalled. That was the day the new sun appeared.
Yes. Put all this together. I do not know what you feel, but I feel my body go cold, Kachika said.
We do not oppose your trying to clarify this matter.
Joy sighed.
Easier said than done. The best way to uncover the secret is to search dinosaur military networks. But ant computers and dinosaur computers are completely different in structure. Though we can freely enter the hardware of dinosaur computers, we still cannot invade them through software. Otherwise, why would we use the clumsy method of eavesdropping for intelligence? With this method, uncovering the secret in a short time is impossible.
Very well, Doctor.
Kachika said, I will provide the forces you need for this investigation, but it must not affect our comprehensive war against dinosaurs. Right now, the only thing that chills me is allowing the dinosaur empires to continue existing. I think you have been living in hallucinations, and that is harmful to the great cause the Federation is undertaking.
Joye said nothing more and turned away. The next day, it disappeared. Chapter 15. Defection.
2 soldier ants quietly crawled out through the bottom gap of the Gondwana Imperial Palace gate. They were the last 2 of the 3,000 ants responsible for placing thunder grains in palace computer systems and dinosaur skulls. After passing through the gap, they began climbing down the tall steps. On the sheer cliff of the first step, they saw an ant figure climbing upward.
Hey, is that not Dr. Joy? One soldier ant said in surprise to the other. The Federation chief scientist? Yes, it is, Dr. Joy.
The 2 soldier ants shouted a greeting in scent language at the same time. Joy looked up and saw them. Its whole body shook as if it wanted to dodge away. But after hesitating, it hardened itself and climbed up. Doctor, what are you doing here?
I came to inspect the thunder grain placement in the palace. It has all been completed, and the troops have withdrawn. An officer like you should not come to a place like this. It is too dangerous.
I must look. You know this placement zone is critical.
Joy said, hurrying toward the palace gate and soon disappearing through the gap beneath it.
Why does it seem strange to me?
One soldier ant said, looking where Joy had disappeared. Something is wrong. Where is your radio? Report to the officer, quickly.
Emperor Dadas was presiding over a meeting of the Empire's main ministers when a secretary entered and reported that Dr. Joy, chief scientist of the Ant Federation, urgently requested an audience.
Let it wait. We will speak after the meeting.
Dadas said with a wave of its claw. The secretary left, but soon returned. It says the matter is extremely important and insists on seeing you at once. It also requests that the Secretary of State, Science Minister, and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army be present.
Damn it.
Why is this little insect so rude? Let it wait, or let it get out. But it... The secretary looked at the ministers seated there, then bent to the emperor's ear and whispered,
It says it has defected from the Ant Federation.
The Secretary of State interjected.
Joy is an important member of the Ant Federation leadership, and its thinking seems different from other ants. If it has come like this, there may truly be some urgent, important matter.
Very well. Let it come here.
Dadass pointed at the broad tabletop of the conference table. I have come to save Earth. Joy stood on the smooth plane of the table and spoke to the mountain-like dinosaurs around it. The translator rendered its scent language into dinosaur speech, played by an unseen loudspeaker.
Such a grand tone. Earth is doing very well now.
Dada said with a cold laugh, "You will not think so for long. First, I want you to answer one question. What are Bright Moon and Poseidon?" The dinosaurs became alert at once and exchanged glances. The mountains around Joy fell silent. After a long while, Dadas asked in return,
Why should we tell you?
Your Highness, if they are truly what I suspect, I will reveal to you a super secret concerning the life or death of the dinosaur world. You will find the exchange worthwhile.
And if they are not what you suspect?
Dadas asked darkly, "Then I will not tell you my super secret. You may kill me or keep me here forever to preserve your secret. In any case, no one loses anything." Dadas was silent for several seconds, then nodded to the Imperial Science Minister seated at the left side of the table. "Tell it."
At Ant Federation Command, Marshal Ruo Lei put down the telephone and said gravely to Executive Kachika,
Joy's whereabouts have been found. 2 soldiers from the 214th Division, withdrawing after completing their placement mission, saw it enter the Gondwana Palace. It seems our prediction was right. That fellow has defected.
That shameless traitor. I very much want to know what it has said to the dinosaurs. Do all the dinosaur skulls in the palace not contain listeners? But Joy destroyed the relay outside the palace. We have just sent someone to repair it, so we cannot hear the intercepted content for now.
Even so, I can be certain it is selling out the Ant Federation's entire war plan. I think the same. It seems the whole operation is in grave danger. How is Thundergrain placement progressing? Operation Cutwire is 92% complete. Operation Cutbrain is 90% complete.
Can we detonate early?
Of course. Every Thundergrain has both timed and remote detonation. We have established many relay stations, and the remote signal covers the whole dinosaur world. All placed Thundergrains can be detonated instantly at any time. Executive, this is the moment for decisive action. Give the order.
Kachika turned toward the great screen showing the world map. Looking at the continents flashing in many colors, it was silent for several seconds. Then said,
Good. Let Earth's history turn to a new page. Detonate.
After hearing the accounts of several dinosaur ministers, Joy was so shocked it felt dizzy. For a moment it could barely stand and could not speak.
Well, Doctor, can you now fulfill your promise and tell us your secret?
Dadas asked. Joye seemed to wake from a dream. This is too terrible. You are devils. But ants are devils too. Quick, immediately call the Supreme Executive of the Ant Federation. You still have not answered.
Your Highness, there is no time to reveal any secret. They already know I came here. They may act early at any moment. The destruction of the dinosaur world is hanging by a thread, and the destruction of the whole Earth will follow right after. Believe me. Call. Quickly. Quickly. Very well.
The Dinosaur Emperor picked up the telephone on the conference table. Joy watched anxiously as its thick fingers pressed the huge keys one by one. Then it faintly heard a connection tone from the receiver in Dadas's claw. A few seconds later the tone stopped. It knew Kachika had picked up the rice-sized telephone on the other end. Soon its voice came through.
Hello, who is this? Dadas spoke into the receiver.
Is this Executive Kachika? I am Dadas. Now.
At that moment, Joy heard a fine clicking all around, like many clock-second hands moving at once. It knew the sound came from thunder grains exploding inside the dinosaurs' skulls. Every dinosaur froze at the same time. Reality seemed fixed in place. The receiver fell heavily from Dadas's claw and struck the tabletop not far from Joy with an earth-shaking crash. Then every dinosaur collapsed with a roar, and the tabletop shook several times. When those dinosaur mountains disappeared, the horizon seemed empty. Joy climbed onto the telephone earpiece, and Kachika's voice was still coming from inside.
Hello, I am Kachika. What is the matter? Hello? The earpiece membrane vibrated with the voice, numbing Joy's whole body as it stood on it. It shouted,
Executive, it is Joy. Unlike before, its scent language was not converted into sound, so Kachika on the other end could not hear it. The palace translation system had been destroyed by thunder grains. Joy said no more. It knew everything was too late.
Then all the lights in the hall went out. It was evening, and everything fell into gloom.
Joy crawled toward the nearest window. The distant noise of city traffic had vanished. Everything lay in dead silence, much like the frozen moment just before the dinosaurs fell. As Joy Cave-Eye climbed over the edge of the conference table, discordant sounds began to come from outside. First, there were dinosaur footsteps and cries of alarm. Joy knew those sounds came from outside the palace, because there could be no living dinosaurs left inside. All had died from thunder grains in their skulls. Then alarms sounded far across the city, continuing intermittently for a short time before fading. When Joy was halfway across the floor toward the window, faint explosions began in the distance.
At last, it climbed onto the window and looked out over all of Boulder City. The evening city lay in darkness. Several slender smoke columns rose into the sky, which was not yet fully dark. Later, more columns appeared. At the bases of some, flames glowed, and the outline of the city flickered in firelight.
More and more fires appeared. Their light entered through the window and cast dark red moving reflections on the high ceiling behind Joy. Chapter 16, Final Deterrence, We Have Succeeded. Marshal Ruo Lai shouted excitedly, looking at the world map flashing red on the big screen.
The dinosaur world is completely paralyzed. Its information systems are fully interrupted. Every city has lost power. Vehicles damaged by thunder grains have blocked all roads. Fires are appearing and spreading everywhere. Operation Cutbrain has eliminated more than 4 million important leaders of the dinosaur world. The leadership institutions of the Gondwana Empire and the Republic of Laurasia no longer exist. Both great dinosaur powers have fallen into a brainless shock, and the whole society is in chaos.
This is only the beginning, Kachika said.
All dinosaur cities have lost water, and stored food will soon be eaten up by those huge appetites. That is when the truly fatal moment will arrive. Dinosaurs will abandon the cities, but without transport and with roads blocked, they cannot disperse quickly. They eat too much. At least half of them will starve before finding enough food.
What about the nuclear weapon systems of the two great powers?
An ant asked. Ruo Li answered.
As we expected, every dinosaur nuclear weapon, including intercontinental missiles and strategic bombers, has been reduced to scrap iron by our large numbers of thunder grains. No accidental nuclear explosion or contamination has occurred.
Excellent! This is truly a great moment. We only need to wait for the dinosaur world to perish on its own.
Kachika said with delight. Just then an ant reported that Dr. Joy had returned and urgently wanted to see Kachika and Ruo Li. When the exhausted chief scientist entered the command center, Kachika angrily rebuked it.
Doctor, at the most critical moment, you betrayed the great cause of the Ant Federation. You will face severe trial.
When you hear everything I have learned, you will understand who should be judged.
Joy said coldly.
What did you do at the Gondwana Emperor's place?
Ruo Li asked. I learned from him what Bright Moon and Poseidon really are. The doctor's words instantly cooled the ants' excitement. They focused all their attention on Joy. Joy looked around and asked,
First, does anyone here know what antimatter is?
The ants were silent for a while. Kachika said,
I know a little. Antimatter is a kind of matter hypothesized by dinosaur physicists. The particle charges in its atoms are opposite those in our world's matter. Electrons carry positive charge and protons negative charge. It is the quantum mirror image of the matter in our world.
It is not a hypothesis. Dinosaurs have long proven antimatter exists through observations of the universe.
Joy said.
I am sure someone has heard more about it.
Yes. Ruo Li said.
I have heard that once antimatter comes into contact with the positive matter of our world, the mass of both sides is entirely converted into energy.
That process is called matter-antimatter annihilation.
Joy nodded its antennae and said,
In the nuclear bombs you consider most powerful, only a few tenths of 1% of mass becomes energy during explosion. In matter-antimatter annihilation, the mass-energy conversion rate is 100%. Now you know there is something more powerful than nuclear weapons. For the same mass, matter-antimatter annihilation releases hundreds or even thousands of times more energy than a nuclear bomb.
But what does that have to do with the mysterious Bright Moon and Poseidon?
Do you remember the new sun that suddenly appeared at night in the southern hemisphere 3 years ago? Dinosaur astronomers observed that the flash came from a small celestial body entering the solar system along a cometary orbit. It was tiny, less than 30 kilometers across, just a small rock floating in space. Its powerful flash aroused dinosaur curiosity, and they launched probes to observe it at close range. They found it was actually an antimatter body. When it passed through the asteroid belt, it collided with a meteorite. The meteorite and antimatter annihilated, releasing enormous energy and producing that flash. At the time, Laurasia and Gondwana both launched probes and obtained the same result.
The annihilation blasted a crater in the antimatter body and produced many antimatter fragments of various sizes. Those fragments scattered into space, and dinosaur astronomers soon located several. It was the peak of the arms race between Laurasia and Gondwana. So the two dinosaur powers simultaneously formed an extremely mad idea. Collect some antimatter fragments and bring them back to Earth as superweapons far more powerful than nuclear bombs, to deter the other side.
Wait. Kachika interrupted Joy. Since antimatter annihilates when it touches ordinary matter, what container did they use to store it and bring it back to Earth?
Joye continued. Dinosaur astronomers discovered that a large part of the antimatter body was antimatter iron, and the fragments they located in space were also antimatter iron. Antimatter iron, like iron in our world, responds to magnetic fields. If a container is built with vacuum inside and a powerful magnetic field that tightly confines the antimatter at the center, preventing contact with the inner wall, then antimatter can be stored and transported or deployed anywhere.
Of course, at first this idea was only theoretically possible. Bringing antimatter back to Earth in such a container was an extremely mad and dangerous act. But madness is the nature of dinosaurs. The desire to dominate the world conquered everything, and they truly did it.
The Gondwana Empire first took the first step toward hell. It designed and built a magnetic confinement container, a hollow sphere. To collect an antimatter fragment, the spheres separated into two hemispheres, each fixed to one mechanical arm of the spacecraft. The craft slowly approached the fragment, holding the two hemispheres, and very carefully closed them around it. At the moment the halves closed, the superconductors inside produced a confinement magnetic field, holding the fragment at the exact center of the sphere. Then the spacecraft carried the sphere back to Earth.
If the Republic of Laurasia had learned of Gondwana's action earlier, it would certainly have sent armed spacecraft to intercept the ship carrying the antimatter fragment. But when Laurasia received the intelligence, it was too late. The Gondwana ship had already entered Earth's atmosphere with the spherical container. Interception, then, would inevitably have caused the antimatter fragment to annihilate in the atmosphere. That fragment weighed 45 tons. Its annihilation would convert 90 tons of matter and antimatter into energy inside the atmosphere. That tremendous energy would destroy all life on Earth.
The Laurasian dinosaurs naturally did not want to perish together with the Gondwana Empire, so they could only watch helplessly as the spacecraft landed on the sea.
What happened next brought the mad operation to its peak. After landing, the Gondwana spacecraft transferred the spherical container at sea to a large freighter named Poseidon. From then on, dinosaurs also called the antimatter fragment it carried Poseidon. The ship did not return to Gondwana. It sailed toward the continent of Laurasia and finally anchored at Laurasia's largest port. Throughout the voyage, Laurasia did not dare intercept this ship of destruction. It could only let it pass. Poseidon entered the Laurasian port as if no one could stop it. After it anchored, the dinosaurs aboard returned to Gondwana by helicopter and abandoned the ship in the port.
The Laurasian dinosaurs revered Poseidon like a god and dared not make the slightest move against it, because they knew the Gondwana Empire could remotely control the spherical container, and at any time shut off the confinement magnetic field, allowing the antimatter to touch the container and annihilate. If that happened, the whole world would inevitably be destroyed, but Laurasia would be destroyed first. Everything on that continent would instantly become ash in the flames of a death sun rising on the coast. Those were the darkest days of the Republic of Laurasia. The Gondwana Empire held the string of Earth's life and became wildly arrogant, constantly making territorial demands on Laurasia and ordering it to disarm its nuclear weapons.
But this one-sided situation did not last long. Only 1 month after Gondwana's Poseidon operation, Laurasia took the same action. Using the same technology, it brought a second antimatter fragment back from space and did the same thing as Gondwana, loaded it onto a freighter named Bright Moon, and sent it to the largest port on Gondwana.
Thus, the dinosaur world again reached balance, but it was balance under final deterrence. Earth had been pushed to the edge of destruction.
To avoid worldwide panic, Both the Poseidon operation and the Bright Moon operation were carried out in total secrecy. Even in the dinosaur world, only a very small number knew the details. Both operations used high reliability equipment regardless of cost. The systems were not large and needed no ant maintenance at all, so the Ant Federation has known nothing about them until now.
Joy's account shocked every ant in command. They fell from the summit of victory into an abyss of fear. Kachika said,
"This is not merely madness. It is perversion. Complete perversion."
Doctor, this is the result of the dinosaur curiosity, imagination, and creativity you admire.
Marshal Ruolei said sarcastically. Do not go off topic. Return to the extreme danger facing the world.
Joy said. Kachika said,
"At least we know the world's destruction has not yet become reality. The 2 antimatter pieces on Earth are still intact inside their magnetic confinement containers."
Ruolei nodded its antennae in agreement.
That is easy to understand. An order to detonate antimatter would be valid only if issued by the highest and most authoritative dinosaurs. Those qualified dinosaurs have certainly been eliminated, so such an order can never be given. As for accidental triggering amid chaos and machine failure, the possibility is small, because the operation is like launching nuclear missiles. It must pass extremely complex procedures and multiple safety locks, and any tiny abnormality will lock the system.
Kachika asked Joy, "How long can the confinement magnetic fields in those spherical containers last?" Joy answered,
"For a very long time. The magnetic field is produced by circulating current in superconductors, and that current decays extremely slowly. In addition, Poseidon and Bright Moon are equipped with nuclear battery packs able to supply power for a long time, replenishing the current loss without external power. According to the dinosaurs, the fields can last at least 20 years.
Then what we must do is clear,"
Kachika said firmly.
Immediately locate Poseidon and Bright Moon. Establish shielding around the 2 spherical containers to isolate them from every external electromagnetic signal. First, this can completely prevent any outside signal from detonating them.
Then find a way to launch both containers into space. It will be difficult, but we have time. With the spacecraft and rockets left by dinosaurs, it should be possible.
Ruolei said the ants again saw hope for victory and began studying operational details.
"If we do what the executive suggests, Earth is doomed."
Joy suddenly said. The ants stopped their discussion, and all looked at Joy, not understanding.
Joy continued, "Remember that the leaders of the 2 dinosaur powers mentioned negative countdown. At first, the control over Poseidon and Bright Moon was, as we imagined. Remote control stations in the homeland stood ready, and once one nation was attacked by the other, they would send a remote signal to detonate the antimatter in the enemy port.
But both sides soon discovered a flaw in this control method. If one side suffered a sudden attack and had no time to send the signal, or if the remote signal was jammed and could not be sent normally, the antimatter would not detonate. To prevent this, both dinosaur powers almost simultaneously adopted a new standby mode for Poseidon and Bright Moon, the so-called negative countdown. After that, the homeland remote stations no longer sent detonation signals to the antimatter containers. Instead, they sent signals to cancel detonation.
The spherical container, meanwhile, is always in a detonation countdown state. Only after receiving the cancellation signal from the homeland remote station does it interrupt the current countdown, reset, begin a new countdown, and wait for the next cancellation signal. Each cancellation signal was personally sent by the Gondwana Emperor and the Laurasian President.
Thus, if one side is paralyzed by a first strike from the other, the cancellation signal cannot be sent, and the spherical container completes its countdown and detonates the antimatter. This standby mode makes any first strike equivalent to suicide. No one dares move rashly.
Command fell into dead silence again. Kachika was first to break it. Its scent voice trembled slightly. You mean Poseidon and Bright Moon are now waiting for the next cancellation signals? Joyen nodded its antennae. Perhaps 2 signals that will never be sent.
Are you saying the remote stations in Gondwana and Laurasia have already been destroyed by our thundergrains?
Ruolai asked.
Yes. Datus told me the location of the Gondwana remote station, and also the position they had scouted for the Laurasian station. After returning, I searched the cut wire database, and found these are 2 small signal transmitters. Since their purpose was unknown, we placed only a few thundergrains in their communication equipment, 35 in the Gondwana remote station, and 26 in the Laurasian remote station. In total, 61 wires were cut. The number is small, but enough to completely disable the signal transmission equipment at both stations.
How long is each countdown? 3 days, 66 hours. The Laurasian and Gondwana countdowns began almost simultaneously. Usually the cancellation signal is sent 22 hours after the countdown begins. This countdown has already run for 20 hours. We have 2 days left, Kachika said.
Why is the countdown so long? I would think 1 or 2 hours more reasonable. With 3 days, if one side launched an attack at the beginning of the other's countdown and quickly paralyzed it, it might have nearly 3 days to deal with the other's antimatter container and launch it back into space.
Joye said.
Both spherical containers are tightly connected to their ships. Any destructive attempt to separate them would shut down the confinement magnetic field and detonate the antimatter. Perhaps with prolonged effort, the container could be separated from the ship and launched back into space, but 2 or 3 days would not be enough. Dadas explained to me, especially why such a long countdown was left. Earth's life is tied to one cancellation signal. Though dinosaurs are mad, they still had to be extremely cautious. If some unpredictable reason other than enemy attack prevented the signal from being sent, the longer countdown would leave time to handle the accident.
In fact, among all possible accidents, the first thing dinosaurs thought of was ant sabotage. Their fear has come true.
Ruolai said,
If we knew the exact content of the cancellation signal, we could build our own transmitter and continuously interrupt the countdowns for Poseidon and Bright Moon.
The problem is that we do not know it, and cannot know it.
Joy said,
The dinosaurs did not tell me the signal content, only that it is a very complex long cipher, different each time. Its algorithm is stored only in the computers of the remote stations. I suspect no dinosaur knows it now.
So only those 2 remote stations can send the cancellation signals. I think so. Kachika thought rapidly and said, what we can do is repair them as quickly as possible. Chapter 17, Remote Control Battle.
The Gondwana Empire's remote station for sending the cancellation signal stood in a desert far outside Boulder City. It was a small building with complex antennas on top, looking like an inconspicuous weather station. Security was loose, with only 1 platoon of dinosaurs guarding it. The guards were mainly there to prevent occasional passing Gondwana dinosaurs from wandering in by accident, not to defend against foreign spies or saboteurs. Compared with Gondwana, Laurasia was more eager to ensure this station's safety. In fact, it had protested many times, demanding that Gondwana strengthen the station's guard.
Apart from the guards, only 5 dinosaurs handled the station's daily work. They included 1 engineer, 3 operators, and 1 maintenance technician. Like the guards, they knew nothing of the station's purpose.
In the control room was a large screen showing a countdown beginning at 66 hours, but the countdown had never reached below 44 hours. At that time each day, usually in the morning, an image of Emperor Dadas appeared on another blank screen. Every time the Emperor said, Only one short sentence.
I command, send the signal. The duty operator would stand at attention and answer. Yes, Your Highness. Then it moved the mouse on the console and clicked the transmit icon on the computer screen. The big screen then displayed this information.
Cancellation signals sent. Reply received. Cancellation successful. Countdown reset. Then the screen again displayed the number 66, 0, and began counting down. On the other screen, the Emperor watched intently until the reset countdown began, then breathed a sigh of relief and left.
For 2 years, this process repeated precisely every day.
Whether in the palace, on inspection tours, or even visiting Laurasia, the Emperor called the remote station at this time every day, never missing once. The operators had been told that without the Emperor's order, the signal absolutely must not be sent. This puzzled the dinosaurs working at the station. If the Emperor wanted the signal sent every day, why not simply give instructions? Why personally order it daily? Why did they even need operators? An automatic time transmitter would be enough. The 66-hour countdown was equally mysterious. What would it mean if it reached the end?
The only thing they could be sure of was that the signal was extremely important. They could see that from the Emperor's eyes whenever he watched it being sent. But these ordinary dinosaurs could never imagine that each day this signal postponed Earth's death sentence.
On this day, 2 years of peaceful routine ended. The signal transmitter malfunctioned. The engineer and technician immediately searched for the fault and soon found several wires cut. Only ants could reconnect those wires. They immediately telephoned superiors and requested ant repair workers, only to discover the phone lines were down. They kept looking and found more broken wires. The Emperor's usual command time was now very close, so the dinosaurs tried connecting the wires themselves, but their crude claws could barely manage the fine wires. The 5 dinosaurs were frantic.
Although the phone was down, they believed communication would soon recover. When the countdown reached 44 hours, the Emperor would surely appear on the screen. In the dinosaurs' minds, the Emperor's appearance had become as fixed as sunrise. But today, though the sun rose, the Emperor did not appear. For the first time, the countdown fell below 44 and kept decreasing at the same steady speed.
Later, the dinosaurs learned there was no hope of relying on ants, because the transmitter had been sabotaged by ants. Dinosaurs fleeing Boulder City began passing nearby. From those terrified dinosaurs, the station staff learned what had happened in the capital, and that ants had destroyed all machines in the dinosaur empire with thunder grains, paralyzing the dinosaur world.
But the dinosaurs working at the remote station were conscientious. They continued trying to reconnect the broken wires.
It was an impossible task. Most of the broken wires were in places dinosaur claws could not reach at all. The ends of the few exposed wires jumped about between their clumsy fingers and simply would not meet. Damn those ants. The dinosaur technician rubbed its aching eyes and cursed.
Then the engineer widened its eyes. It really saw ants. A small team of about 100 ants was rushing across the white surface of the console. Their leader shouted toward the dinosaur, "Hey, we are here to help you repair the machine. We are here to help connect the wires. We are here to—"
The dinosaur had not turned on the scent language translator, so it could not hear the ants. Even if it had heard, it would not have believed them. Hatred of ants now filled its whole mind. The dinosaurs pressed and rubbed their claws on the console where the ants were, muttering through clenched teeth.
So you plant thunder grains.
So you destroy machines. A small stain soon appeared on the white console surface. All the ants had been crushed. Report to the executive. The dinosaurs inside the remote station attacked the ant repair team and wiped them out on the console.
50 meters from the station, under a blade of grass, an ant that had escaped from the station reported to Kachika. Most of the Ant Federation command was gathered there. Send a larger repair team.
Wow, ants.
A dinosaur sentry standing on the station steps shouted. Its voice brought out several other dinosaur soldiers and the lieutenant in charge of them. They saw a swarm of ants pouring up the steps, 4,000 or 5,000 in all, like a piece of black silk slowly sliding across the stone. Many ants crawled out from the swarm and waved antennae at the dinosaurs, as if shouting something.
Bring brooms!
The dinosaur lieutenant shouted. A soldier immediately brought a large broom. The lieutenant grabbed it and swept several times, sweeping the ant swarm off the steps like black dust, then scattering them with the flying dirt.
Executive, we must find a way to communicate with the dinosaurs at the remote station and explain why we came.
Joy said. How? They will not listen and will not turn on translators. Can we try calling an ant? Suggested. We tried long ago. The entire dinosaur communication system is destroyed and completely disconnected from the ant telephone network. Calls cannot get through, Ruolai said.
Everyone should know an ancient ant skill. For long ages before the steam age, our ancestors arranged themselves into words to communicate with dinosaurs.
Kachika sighed. What use is that now? The skill has been lost.
No. The force I now command can form words. We trained in this to let soldiers remember the glory of our ancestors and experience the collective spirit of the ant world. We originally planned to surprise you at this year's parade. It seems we can use it now.
How many troops have gathered here so far? 10 army divisions, about 150,000 ants. How many words can that form? It depends on word size. To let dinosaurs read them from some distance, at most a dozen or so. Very well. Kachika thought for a moment.
Form these words. We came to help you repair the machine. This machine can save the world. That explains nothing, Joya muttered. What else can we do? That is already 19 words. Try it. It is better than waiting. The ants are coming again. More this time.
At the remote station entrance, dinosaur soldiers saw an ant square approaching. It was about 3 or 4 meters on a side, rising and falling with the ground like a black flag drifting over the earth. Are they attacking us? It does not look like it. That formation is strange.
As the ant square came closer, a sharp-eyed dinosaur cried out. There are words in it. Another dinosaur read each word slowly. We came to help you repair the machine. This machine can save the world.
I heard that in ancient times, ants spoke with our ancestors this way. Now, I have seen it myself.
One dinosaur exclaimed.
Nonsense,
The lieutenant said with a flick of its antennae.
Do not fall for their trick. Go, pour all the hot water from the heater into basins and bring it here.
The sergeant said cautiously.
Lieutenant, should we perhaps go over and talk with them? Maybe they really do want to repair the machine. Besides, the engineers inside urgently need ant technicians.
The dinosaur soldiers began arguing all at once. Their words are too strange. How can this machine save the world? Whose world, ours or theirs? The signal this machine sends must be important. Yes. Why else would the Emperor personally order it sent every day?
Idiots. The lieutenant scolded.
Even now you still believe ants. Because we trusted them, they destroyed the Empire. They are the vilest and most dangerous insects on Earth. We will not be fooled again. Quick, pour the hot water.
Soon, the dinosaur soldiers brought out 5 great basins of hot water. 5 soldiers carried one each, lined up, and walked toward the ant square, throwing the water across it. Scalding spray splashed through clouds of steam. The black line of words on the ground was washed apart, and more than half the ants in the formation were boiled to death.
Communication with dinosaurs is impossible. The only choice now is to storm the remote station, occupy it, repair the machine, and send the cancellation signal ourselves.
Kachika said, looking at the steam rising in the distance. And storming a dinosaur building? Huoli looked at Kachika as if it did not recognize it. Militarily, that is madness.
There is no choice. This is already a mad world. The building is not large and stands isolated. Reinforcements cannot arrive quickly. If we gather the greatest possible force, we may be able to take it. What is that in the distance? It looks like ant super-walking vehicles.
Hearing the sentries shout, the lieutenant raised binoculars and saw a long line of black things moving across the wasteland. Looking more closely, it confirmed they were what the sentry said. Ant vehicles were usually small, but for special military needs, they had also built vehicles enormous compared with their bodies. Super walking vehicles. Each was about the size of one of our tricycles, undoubtedly a giant object to ants, like a 10,000-ton liner to us. Super walking vehicles had no wheels. They walked on 6 mechanical legs modeled on ant legs so they could cross difficult terrain quickly. Each could carry hundreds of thousands of ants.
Open fire. Hit those vehicles,
the lieutenant ordered. The dinosaur soldiers used their only light machine gun to fire at the distant walking vehicles. Bullets kicked up lines of dust from the sand. One front leg of the leading vehicle was shot off, and it overturned. Its other 5 mechanical legs kept thrashing. From its open side hatch rolled many black spheres, each about the size of one of our footballs, clumps of ants. When the black spheres reached the ground, they quickly dissolved like coffee cubes in water. 2 more walking vehicles were hit and stopped, but bullets penetrating their cabins could not kill many ants. Black ant balls rolled out onto the ground.
Count how many walking vehicles there are.
The lieutenant lowered the binoculars and pointed forward. Good heavens, there must be 200 or 300. I think every Ant Federation super walking vehicle on Gondwana is here.
That means more than 100 million ants are gathered here,
the lieutenant said.
It is certain. The ants are going to storm the remote station.
Lieutenant, let us charge out and destroy those insect vehicles. No, our machine gun and rifles do not kill many of them. We still have gasoline for power generation. We can charge out and burn them. The lieutenant calmly shook its head.
That would only burn part of them. Our first task is to defend the remote station. Now listen to my arrangements.
Report to the executive. Report to the marshal. Forward air scouts report that the dinosaurs are digging trenches, 2 rings around the remote station. They are diverting water from a nearby stream into the outer trench and have brought out several big oil barrels, pouring gasoline into the inner trench.
Attack immediately. The ant swarm began moving toward the remote station, black and dense, as if a layer of cloud in the sky had cast its shadow on the earth. The sight frightened the dinosaurs inside the station.
The vanguard reached the first trench, already filled with water. The front ants did not stop. They crawled directly into the water. The ants behind stepped on their bodies and entered slightly farther forward. Soon a thick black film formed on the water and spread rapidly toward the inner side of the trench.
The dinosaur soldiers put on sealed helmets to prevent ants from entering their bodies. From the inner side of the water trench, they shoveled dirt onto the ants and poured basin after basin of hot water, but it had little effect. The black film quickly covered the whole water surface. The ant swarm crossed on the film like a black flood. The dinosaurs had to retreat inside the second trench and ignite the gasoline. A ring of fierce flames surrounded the remote station.
When the ants reached the fire trench, they piled up at its edge, forming an ant dam. Dinosaurs fired at it. Bullets entered the mass like shots into black sand without sound. They also threw stones. The stones struck the dam with a dull poo.
Sound and opened gaps, but the gaps filled immediately. The dam grew higher and finally rose more than 2 meters, forming a black wall outside the fire trench. Then the whole dam began moving toward the flames, its surface writhing in firelight like a black python. Under the scorching heat, green smoke rose from its surface, and the air filled with the sharp smell of burning. Charred ants on the surface kept rolling down, falling into the fire trench and burning, forming a strange ring of green flame along the trench edge. New ants constantly replaced the burned layer on the dam's surface, and the dam stood firmly at the edge of fire.
Then large numbers of ants climbed from the far side of the dam to its top and gathered into great black ant balls, each containing the strength of an army division. These black spheres rolled down from the top of the dam. Some were swallowed by the fire, but most used their momentum to cross the burning trench and reach the other side. In passing through the flames, the outer layers of the ant balls burned black, but countless ants held tightly together. The charred outer shell protected the inner ants. Soon more than 1,000 ant balls had rolled onto the far side. Their shells cracked, the balls dissolved into swarms, and black masses surged up the remote station steps.
The morale of the dinosaur soldiers guarding the remote station collapsed completely. Ignoring the lieutenant's attempts to stop them, they rushed out the door, circled to the rear of the building, and ran madly through a path in the ant encirclement not yet filled.
The ant swarm poured into the station's ground floor, then up the stairs and into the control room. At the same time, ants climbed the outer walls and entered through the windows. For a time, the lower half of the building turned black. There were still 6 dinosaurs in the control room: the lieutenant, the engineer, the maintenance technician, and 3 operators. In terror, they watched ants enter from the door, windows, and every crack, as if the whole building were submerged in a sea of ants and black water were seeping in from everywhere. They looked out the window and saw that the sea of ants really existed. As far as the eye could see, the land was covered by black ants. The remote station was an island in that ocean.
The ants soon covered most of the control room floor, leaving an empty circle before the console. The 6 dinosaurs stood inside the circle. The engineer quickly took out a translator, and as soon as it switched it on, it heard a voice.
I am the Supreme Executive of the Ant Federation. There is no time to explain everything. You only need to know this. If the remote station cannot send its signal within 10 minutes, Earth will be destroyed.
The engineer looked around. There were black ants everywhere. Following the direction indicator on the translator, it saw 3 ants on the console. One of them had spoken. It shook its head at the 3 ants. The transmitter is broken.
Our technicians have reconnected every broken wire and repaired the machine. Please start the machine immediately and send the signal. The engineer shook its head again. There is no power. Do you not have a backup generator?
Yes, since external power failed, we have been using a gasoline generator. But now there is no fuel. We poured all the gasoline into the trench outside and lit it. Not even a little? The lieutenant took over.
Not even a little. At the time, the soldiers only wanted to defend the remote station. They even emptied the generator's tank. Will the world really be destroyed in 10 minutes? Kachika's answer came from the translator. If the signal cannot be sent, yes.
Kachika looked out the window and saw the outside fire had gone out, confirming the lieutenant's words. There was no fuel left in the trench either. It turned to Ruo Li. How much time remains in the countdown? Ruo Li had been watching the clock. It answered.
5 minutes and 30 seconds remain, Executive.
Joye said.
We have just received a call. The Laurasian side has failed. The dinosaurs guarding that remote station blew it up during the ant army's attack. The cancellation signal for Bright Moon can no longer be sent. It will detonate in 5 minutes.
Ruo Li said calmly.
Poseidon is the same, Executive. Everything is over. The dinosaurs did not understand what the three highest leaders of the Ant Federation were saying. The engineer said,
We can go nearby to look for gasoline. There is a village 5 kilometers away. If we are quick, we can return in 20 minutes.
Kachika weakly waved its antennae. Go. All of you go. Go wherever you want. The 6 dinosaurs filed out. At the door, the engineer stopped and asked the same question the lieutenant had asked. Will Earth really be destroyed in a few minutes?
The Supreme Executive of the Ant Federation gave it something like a smile. Engineer, everything has a day of destruction.
This is the first time I have heard an ant say something so philosophical.
The engineer said, then turned and left. Kachika again walked to the edge of the console and spoke to the black mass of ant troops on the floor.
Quickly pass my words to all soldiers. Units near the remote station should hide at once in the basement of this building. Distant units should find cracks and holes nearby and take cover. The final words of the Ant Federation government to all citizens are, the end of the world has come. Take care of yourselves.
Executive Marshal, let us go to the basement together.
Joy said. No, you go quickly, Doctor.
Kachika said.
We have made the greatest mistake. We no longer have the right to live.
Yes, Doctor.
Ruo Li said.
Though it is unlikely, we still hope you can preserve the spark of civilization.
Joy touched antennae with Kachika and Ruo Li, separately, the highest courtesy in the ant world. Then it turned and joined the ant swarm, rapidly leaving the control room.
After the ant army left, the control room was quiet. Kachika crawled toward the window, and Ruo Li followed. When the 2 ants reached the window, they saw a strange sight. It was dawn after the end of night, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Suddenly, the crescent's direction shifted by an angle in an instant, and its brightness increased sharply until the silver light became painfully dazzling, illuminating every detail on the ground, including the evacuating ants.
What is happening? Has the sun grown brighter?
Ruo Li asked curiously. No, Marshal. Another new sun has appeared. The moon is reflecting its light. That sun has appeared in Laurasia and is burning that continent. The Gondwana sun should appear, too. There it is. It has come.
A stronger light came from the west and soon drowned everything. Before they were vaporized by high temperature, the 2 ants saw a snow-white sun rise rapidly from the western horizon. It swelled quickly until it filled half the sky. Everything on the earth burned in an instant. The coast of antimatter annihilation was more than 1,000 kilometers away, and the shock wave would take tens of minutes to arrive. But long before that, everything had ended in fire.
This was the last day of the Cretaceous. Epilogue: the long winter had lasted 3,000 years. At a slightly warmer noon in central Gondwana, 2 ants crawled from a deep nest to the surface. In the lifeless gray sky, the sun was only a blurred halo. The earth was covered in thick snow and ice.
Occasionally, a rock protruded from the snow, dark and striking. As far as one could see, the distant mountains were also white.
Ant A turned and examined a huge skeleton. Such large skeletons were everywhere on the earth. Because they too were white, they blended with the snow and were hard to see from a distance. From this angle, against the sky, it was especially conspicuous.
I heard this animal was called a dinosaur.
Ant A said Ant B turned too and stared at the skeleton in the sky. Last night, did you hear them tell the legend of the magical age? I heard it. They said that thousands of years ago, ants had a glorious age.
Yes. They said that then ants did not live in underground holes, but in great cities on the surface. It was truly a magical age.
The legend says that magical age was created by ants and dinosaurs together. Dinosaurs had no nimble hands, so ants did fine work for them. Ants had no flexible thought, so dinosaurs imagined magical technologies.
In that magical age, ants and dinosaurs built many great machines and many great cities. They had godlike power. Did you understand the part of the legend about how that world was destroyed?
Not really. It sounded complicated. War broke out in the dinosaur world, and war broke out between ants and dinosaurs too. Later, 2 suns appeared on Earth. Ant A shivered in the cold wind. How good it would be to have a new sun now.
You do not understand. Those 2 suns were terrible. They burned everything on land. Then why is it so cold now?
It is complicated. It seems to be like this. For a while after the 2 suns appeared, the world really was hot. They say the land near the suns melted into magma. Later, seawater evaporated by the suns became rain, and that rain fell for hundreds of years, flooding the land. Later still, dust raised by the sun's explosions blocked the old sun's light, and the world grew cold, even colder than before the 2 suns appeared. That is how it became like this. Dinosaurs were so large that, of course, they all died in that terrible age, but some ants went underground and survived.
Can ants rebuild the magical age? They say it is impossible. Our brains are too small. Only together can we think, and we cannot create magical technologies. Even those ancient technologies have all been forgotten.
Yes. I heard that not long ago ants could still read, but now none of us can. No one can read the books left from ancient times. We are degenerating. If this continues, ants will soon degenerate into little insects that know nothing and only build nests and search for food.
What is wrong with that? In this hard age, knowing less makes life more comfortable. That is true. Will there be a day when the world becomes warm again and some other animal builds a magical age? Possibly. I think such an animal should have both a large enough brain and nimble hands.
Yes, and it cannot be as large as dinosaurs. They ate too much, and life would be difficult. Nor can it be as small as us. The brain would not be large enough. How could such a magical animal appear?
I think it will. Time is endless. Everything will appear. Let me tell you, everything will appear.